Hello, hello. All right. We're gonna do Virche for a couple hours before I go to bed. I had a little bit of a headache when I finished my 9 RIP stream, but after I ate, I was feeling a lot better. But then my computer froze. So I had to restart my computer, so I'm starting later. It seemed right. It seemed right. Hello, silly well. Welcome, welcome. We are going back to EpiC. Not saying it right. Glad you're feeling better. Thank you. I was just like sitting here like, am I gonna? I was like, all right, I feel fine. Then also because everything was freezing, this is how I knew I needed to restart, or what started the okay, I should restart. I put the game in, it was on, I could hear it, but the screen hadn't changed, and I was like, oh no, something's broken. Did I forget to save? That can't be right, right? I would have never forgotten to save randomly, right? 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 Do you have your snacks ready? I technically already ate. We had my sister when I ended my stream and I went into the living room. My sister was making basically chicken nuggets and French fries, and I was like, oh, what a day! I don't have a save. Does that sound right, guys? Does that sound like something I would have done? There's no way that's the last part I did. Did I mess up? It's gotta be this. Okay. It's gotta be this. I say with all the confidence in the world. I messed up and forgot to save, I guess, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Your girl's tired. I'm here. We'll be lurking for a bit. Exciting. Now I need to know what you've been up to. Just remember what we did before, lol. And then we went here. Perfect. Camille Cloud's research of creating. Explained in a cold, calmer manner. Camille Cloud's research on creating false memories so that he could revive his lost love. Do you feel better? Yeah, I do. After I ate, I felt better. It was probably just literally because I was hungry. You know that you're not you when you're hungry moment. That was me. I ate. We watched an anime. We watched like a couple episodes of One Piece, and then I was feeling fine. Of course, it would be impossible for an amateur to have the knowledge and research equipment to do so. Camille himself admitted to accepting the help from some scoundrel. Some scoundrel, ooh. Or rather, a supporter. Oh my goodness. This supporter had connections with the royal family. Camille Cloud's dastardly deeds, Barreau's attacks, mysterious deaths. I'm gonna be lurking time for pain and suffering. I feel that. This supporter had a hand in all of it, as well as illegal research that was covered up. From the nature of his research, it seems the supporter shared Camille's goal, complete resurrection from the dead. This person must have assisted Camille Cloud in order to use his research on recreating memories that did not have a proper backup. Is Capuchin alive? Capuchin. After his explanation, the image that had been floating in front of us melted away and disappeared.
そんなこの国を率いる王族があんな事件に手を貸していたなんて
I can't believe the royal family wouldn't be involved in all of this. So that's why we don't want to give them even the tiniest bit of information. We didn't solve the mystery of on this route, did we? That's why Lucas is still our friend. Why can I accept Lucas, but I can't accept Capuchin? I can accept the murderer. Hello, Sheen, my love. I made his thumbnail is this booty. Because Nadia, that's so fair. My sexy ass husband with his sexy ass, yeah. She nodded lazily to confirm what we said.
その支援者や王族以外の協力者の正体は分かっているんですか？
Do you know who the supporter is and if there are any others who were involved?
見当はついているが、正直捕獲の手間に対し、こちらが被る損の方が大きい。
I have an idea of who it is. To be honest, the loss we would incur is greater than the benefit of capturing them.
カミユー・クロードの犯行が暴かれた以上、死者の復活さえ絡まなければ過激なことはしないだろう。
Now that Camille Cloud's crimes have been revealed, no extreme measures will be taken unless resurrecting the dead is involved. Wait, what he meant was...
支援者をこのまま捕まえずに放置するってことですか？
You're gonna leave this supporter alone and not arrest them? Mathis's voice rose in protest.
どうしてその支援者がカミーユをそそのかしたりしなければ。
If that supporter didn't encourage Camille like that, you wouldn't be alive.
彼は狂わずちゃんとロザリーさんを見送ることができたかもしれないのに。
He wouldn't have gone mad. He might have even been able to send off Rosalie properly. Mathis, buddy. No. I recalled Camille's final moments when he decided to remain by Rosalie's side. I believe that was the real Camille Cloud at heart. If, as Mathis said, the supporter had never urged him on, perhaps Camille Cloud could have honored his love for Rosalie in a different way.
お前らの都合など知る
It's
か。
fine. He honored her
下
the
手
way
に
he
暴走
wanted.
されるより、一生飼い殺しにした方がはるかにマシだ。
This is no concern to me. It's far better to keep a leash on the person than to have them run wild.
それともお前は王族と共にその支援者を追い詰め、この国に内乱を起こすつもりか？
Or do you intend on coroning the royal family and the supporter, thereby instigating a civil war in this country?
それは
That's...
まあ全てを放置するつもりはない。支援者にそそのかされたもう一人の単細胞は近いうちに拘束する。
I don't plan on leaving them free. This other idiot who was persuaded by the supporter will be arrested soon.
その時はお前も証拠固めに協力してもらうぞ。
When that time comes, I need your help to gather evidence. Mathis didn't immediately respond to Sheen's request, but in the end, as though suppressing his emotions,
分かり。
understood. He responded not in agreement, but in
で
understanding.
もその代わり
And in return,
一連の事件を解決できたら僕のお願いを一つ叶えていただけないでしょうか？
once everything's taken care of, I would like you to fulfill my one wish. Mathis raised his head, looking straight into the eyes of the man called a god. I'd call him God.
クロード家に文官だった頃と同じぐらいの権力と発言力を戻してほしいんです。
I ask that you return the Cloud family to the same level of power and status as when they worked for the country.
それこそこの国の政治に直接口を出せるくらいの
Power enough for me to have say in this country's politics.
カミーユとロザリーさんと同じ悲劇がまた繰り返されることのないように。
I never want a tragedy that like happened to Camille and Rosalie to happen again. You mean you never want someone to get murdered again? Got it.
僕はこのアルペシェールを少しでもいい国に変えていきたい。
I want to change Apishel for the better. I can't. Apishel? What's that? I've never heard of that.
カミーユがロザリーさんを失った原因は
I have tea right now. By the
この
way.
国に根付いた娼婦への差別ですから。
Actually, that's a lie. It's an honorable farmer. It's got lemonade in it. The reason Camille lost Rosalie is because of the deeply rooted discrimination in this country.
その偏見や貧困を正すお手伝いをしたいって。
You're
ずっと
right,
前
but
か
you're
ら思っ
also
てて。
wrong. She was murdered by another prostitute. Like, on the streets, on the way to a doctor's visit, out of jealousy. I've always wanted to correct the prejudice and poverty that exist for these groups. Mathis, My boy, you're like 2 years old. Calm down. Mathis was steadily becoming a fine head of his family. Rather than continuing to bask in the joy of seeing him again, I should also work with him to realize the same future. I was committed to taking the same steps to keep up with him.
いいだろう。あの腐りきった城に駒を潜らせるのも悪くない。
That'd be fine. It wouldn't be a bad idea to hide my pawns in that rotten castle.
自分から言い出した以上、無様な姿は晒してくれるなよ。マティス・クロード。
Now that you've said it, just make sure that you don't end up making a fool of yourself, Mathis Cloud.
はい。
Of course. With the meeting concluded, Mathis and I rose from our seats. We split up the stack of books to be translated and carried them out with us. Mathis, my guy, about what you said, if you don't mind, can I help you too? I asked in a quiet voice, and Mathis suddenly stopped.
その言葉はとても嬉しいです。
The last time I saw this hallway, it was covered in
でも
blood. Lots and lots of blood. I'm really happy to hear that, but
政治に切り込むということは、王族や近衛兵、それに例の支援者とも対立するということで、
getting yourself involved in these politics means that you're going to face the royal family, their soldiers, and the supporters.
そんな危険なことにあなたを巻き込むわけには。
I don't want to involve you in that kind of danger. I understand what you're saying, but still, I don't want to see a new Arpachel. I want to see a new Arpachel that's kinder than before. Leah, we decided to walk hand in hand at our own pace while also carrying books. Okay, I'm listening. Are you guys? I wanted him to take me with him no matter the danger. When I spoke with that resolve, Mathis groaned quietly in response. Mathis?
ああ、すみません。なんだかまた胸が
I'm sorry.
ドキドキしてしまって。
For some reason, my heart's pounding again. After shaking his head to compose himself, Mathis replied,
あなたの言葉、すごく嬉しいです。
I'm really happy to hear you say that, Leah. Does this sound like Toka, by the way? Does he sound like Toka right now?
でも僕は人間としても当主としてもまだまだ未熟で、
I'm still far from being a good family head, or even a human at that.
これからあなたにたくさん迷
Yeah.
惑をかけてしまうかもしれません。
Which means that I'll probably cause you a lot of trouble in the future.
それでも僕と手をつないで未来へ歩んでくれますか？
He's been like typecast as characters that look extremely young. Despite that, will you hold my hand and walk into the future with me? Of course, my guy. Like, if I said no now, that'd be hilarious. There's only so many things I can do, but no matter what lies ahead, I promise I'll always stay by your side, Mathis. Mathis smiled happily at my firm response. Oh god. Sheen. What was that? Sheen, what was that? Half a month had passed, while Mathis completed the urgent task assigned to him by Sheen.
最初の出会いの場面はもっと幻想的にした方がいいかな。
The initial encounter should probably be a little bit more compelling. Mathis had begun writing a new original novel. How are things going? As he immersed himself in his writing, I asked him about his progress while offering him a cup of sweet tea. Same. Mathis thanked me for the tea and carefully took a sip so that it wouldn't spill onto his manuscript. I don't know how you would be taking a sip so dangerous it could.
順調と言えるかはわかりませんが。
I'm not sure I can say it's going well, but
書き進めるのがすごく楽しいです。気をつけないと仕事の時間になっても続
I
けそうな
can't
ぐらい。
have tea during Shark Week. It's killing me. Why can't you have tea during Shark Week? Tea's good for you. Certain teas are even good for helping relieve pain. Are we still on Mathis's route? Oh, my sweet friend. We are so at the beginning of Mathis's actual story route. We did the alternate ending route, which had 2 endings, and then we did the bad ending after story, and now we're only on chapter 1 question mark of the good ending after story. I could have non-caffeine teas. You can't have caffeine? Wait, is that what you're saying? Why? How could you how could you not have caffeine during Shark Week? I really enjoyed the writing process. If I'm not careful, I might keep going even when it's time to work. The proof was spread out across his desk, which was completely covered in papers. He's really focused. At this rate, he might complete his book in the next few months, but Mathis still hasn't told me what kind of novel he's writing. A tinge of curiosity stirred in my chest. He must have noticed my lingering gaze.
ダメ。まだ内容は秘密。
Nope,
です。
what I'm writing still a secret. He smiled teasingly as he hid the paper from me. When you say it like that, it makes me even more curious.
ごめんなさい。
I'm
でも、
sorry.
もう少しだけ待ってくれると嬉しいです。
I appreciate if you could wait just a little longer.
今の僕が紡ぐ一番最初の物語は
This is the first story I've written.
しっかり完成させた上であなたに捧げたいから。
I want to make sure it's done right before I present it to you. Oh dear, well, I like the new outfit from Mr. Cloud. Yeah. He definitely gives off I'm a robot in a new way. And I like his gloves. I like glovies. I like half glovies. I like half glove. It's why I like Sheen so much. He's got like little glovies. No fair. He wasn't giving me another option besides nodding in agreement. Understood if that's the case. I'm a cute Lolita robot vibe. Yeah. I'm looking forward to the very moment it's completed, Monsieur Claude.
先生だなんてそんな。僕の分にはまだまだ未熟な点も多いので。
Monsieur, it's really too much. Besides, there are still many aspects of my writing that are lacking. Though Mathis's shy humility, through Mathis's shy humility, I thought I could see a sprout of joy. Sorry, it's the white on white that's really getting me here. A strong gust of wind suddenly bursted. Black Lycoris petals danced in the air outside the window. What was that? Is it Anku?
不思議ですね。屋敷の周りにリコリスのワージュが咲いている場所はないのに。
That's strange. I don't recall seeing any Lycoris norigi growing around the mansion. Mathis quietly wondered if the petals had ridden the breeze from the ocean side. Could it be? I'm sorry, but there may be some petals scattered in the garden. Let me go see and take a look around.
あ、はい。わかりました。掃除をするときは僕もお手伝いするので
Please call me if you
呼んで
need
くだ
any
さい。
help sweeping up. Is it my boy? After taking my leave, I quickly headed outside before the petals could vanish. Perhaps I was mistaken, but Leah seemed rather happy as she headed outside.
リコリスの花が好きって前に言ってたし、花吹雪を見れたのが嬉しかったのかな。
She did tell me she likes the Lycoris. I wonder if she's excited to see the blizzard of petals. If she really likes them that much, then I would love to grow them in my garden, but they're still known as the flower of misfortune. One wrong move and we could both be dead before we could get ourselves properly back
うー
up.
ん。
Let me see.
リコリスの花吹雪を小説の重要なシーンで登場させてみるのはどうだろう。
Would have had blizzards of Lycoris appear in the important scenes of my story. It sounded like a good idea to me. Once my mind was set on it, I immediately turned my attention back to my manuscript to work on the structure.
喜んでくれるかな。
I hope Leah will be happy. I could imagine the smile on her face as she read those scenes. A gentle heat warmed up my memory bank, followed by a sudden stabbing pain. My eyes opened wide from the unexpected pain and I fell to the floor. The gentle heat turned into a burning pain that ate away at the emotion stored in my memory. Error. The words overtook my mind and I couldn't even cry out in pain.
痛い痛い痛い。
It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I couldn't bear the pain any longer. My instincts as a reliver was telling me to leave behind my thoughts and emotions to free myself of this pain. Remember, relivers don't have emotions. He's holding on to them. He won't let go. Before I knew it, I followed that impulse. I furiously scratched at my chest, trying to claw it open like a wild beast. Oh, wait, remember how people were dying previously? Wasn't it called like the lover's curse, where they would rip their own hearts out? My clothes were shredded in seconds, and my fingers reached my bare skin. The sharp tips of my nails sank deep into my skin. The pain was nothing compared to the heat that seemed to light my chest on fire.
早く早く
Hurry, hurry.
早く早く早く早く早く早く
The source of the heat lay deep within.
取り出したい
I need to remove it, no matter what the cost. The end. We did it, guys. We did it. Haha, high fives. High fives. Stabby stab. And she comes back inside. After changing into casual clothes, I checked to make sure there was no one else around. Casual? What's more casual than her? Was she wearing the other thing? Anku. I quietly opened the front door while calling out the visitor's name. Imagine the after story was just that. He dies right there.
やあ、姫君。息災かな
Hello, princess. I trust you are well. I knew it. Unable to hold back my joy in seeing him again, I beckoned him inside the gate. It's been a while since I last saw you at the Lycoris field. So you returned from Hades back to our world?
ああ、どうにも同胞。いや、元同胞である君のことが気になってしまってね。
Well, a brethren of mine, a former one, I should say, was concerned about you.
マティス・クロードも含め、日々を穏やかに過ごせているか、様子を見に来たのだよ。
Which is why I came to see if you and Mathis Cloud have been faring well these days. The sight of him smiling with his red eyes narrowed hasn't changed at all since we had last seen one another. I'm very happy to see you again. I thought it would never happen.
おや、私に何か用事でもあったのかな
Oh, did you require my assistance? I always require your assistance, my man. Well, I just wanted to report to you about everything that's happened, Dan. I like his voice. That's my favorite voice. That's why we need Rains de la Fleur. And his aesthetic. Oh my god. Yeah, his aesthetic. Long gray hair. Got me. Got me. I wanted to introduce you again to Mathis, since we won't be here without you. If you have some time, would you be able to stay for tea?
ほう、それは素敵なお誘いだ。しかし、
What a wonderful invitation, but alas.
残念なことに、今回は現世にとどまれる時間が短くてね。長話はできそうにないのだよ。
Man. Unfortunately, my stay on this world is a short one this time. I'm afraid I cannot speak with you for as long as I would like.
本来は君とも直接話すつもりはなかった。
And then she
一目
goes inside
様
and
子を
Mathis
見
is
るこ
dead.
とができればと。
She would totally blame him. I wonder if she will. I don't know. He said he's the person that walks them across. He's not the one that kills them. I don't think she'd blame him. In fact, I had not planned on speaking with you directly. I simply hoped to see you from afar how you were. I'm sorry to hear that, but I knew it must be the very busy Anku. Oh, but I tilted my head at the peculiar thought. Why did you let me know that you had arrived here with the Lycoris petals? At my question, the gentle red in his eyes suddenly turned into a fierce red.
忠告のためさ。
It's a warning. A warning?
屋敷での生活を中心としている君たちは気づいていないだろうが。
You two have been indoors in the mansion, so you may not have
この
noticed.
ところ、シアン・ブロフィワースが部下を使い、 君たちを監視しているようだ。
It seems Sheen Brophy has been dispatching his men to monitor you two.
現に今も門の外で変装した研究員たちがこちらの様子を伺っている。
In fact, even now, researchers in disguise are monitoring our interactions at this very moment. What? I cupped my hands over my mouth to muffle my surprised voice. Why would they do that?
すまないが、それは私にもわからない。
I'm sorry, but I'm uncertain of his motives myself.
だがシアン・ブロフィワーズが積極的に行動を起こすのは研究のためだと決まっている。
What I do know is that Sheen Brophy only takes action when it involves his research.
おそらく君かマティス・クロードに実験体としての価値があると踏み観察しているのだろう。
Perhaps he is observing you and Mathis Cloud because he has determined some value in you as test subjects. Test subjects. If there was anything that could be drawing Sheen's attention, then maybe. I wonder if Sheen has learned about his powers as death.
その可能性は考えたが、今となっては無意味だ。
Oh, my powers. I was like, his? My bad. I read that wrong. I initially thought the same, but it would not do much good now. Do him much good now.
君の死神としての能力は、あの日私が儀式を用い封じ込んでいる。今さら噂になるはずもない。
I sealed away your powers during my rituals, so there's no reason for that rumor to continue now. Then why would he have any interest in us now? Zahat told me before that there was no research value in Mathis as a homunculus anymore either. We spent a few months in thought, but neither of us could think moments in thought. Just standing here for a couple months. No wonder Mathis died. But neither of us could think of a good reason.
とにかく、しばらく身辺には気をつけたまえ。
In any case, I suggest that you keep your guard, keep up your guard for the time being. Yeah, like if you hear someone screaming in agony right now, maybe go look at it.
私もそれとなく、セルネボル周辺の動向を探っておく。
I'll do what I can to see what is developing in Cernavel. Understood, I'll make sure to share what you said with Mathis too. I lowered my head respectfully. You've been helping me since the moment we met, Anku.
何？これも死者を減らしてくれた君へのささやかな礼さ。
Come now, consider it thanks from me for your help in reducing the death tolls.
自らの足で歩む君たちに死の番人の祝福など今さら必要ないだろうが。
Of course, I doubt you need the blessing of the Watchman of Death as you two are walking on your own.
今はただの暗空として君たちの平穏を願っているよ。
I'm simply Anku now. I pray that you two will find true peace. He whispered that we would meet again, then quickly vanished. Anku must be busy in Hades, but he still took the time to make sure we were doing well. I had better not waste the efforts he made to give us that warning. I should let Mathis know right away. Maybe we could discuss the matter and find out what Sheen was trying to attain. I made sure the gate was secured, then quickly headed back inside the mansion. I was about to return to Mathis's room where he was probably working on his novel when I heard a strange sound. What is that? It sounded like something hard was being shaved. I thought it might be a creaking of the building, but it was oddly quiet for that. What in the world was Mathis doing? I still think it's funny how he fakes his vanishing. He just throws a smoke bomb and then just starts running. It's like, and I'm gone. Feeling that something wasn't right, my pace quickened. Mathis, what are you? My foot landed on something. I looked down to see a page of the manuscript that Mathis had been working so hard on. Maybe it was carried by the wind that came in through the window. I crouched down to pick up the paper. The words were smudged with something red. Just dripping sound. I just pictured the most comical, what's this? And she just picks it up and like just a chunk of like blood and guts like falls off the plate going, oh my gosh, there's something on this. I looked up. In the middle of the room was the source of it. Girl got so distracted by paper she missed a man writhing in pain. There was Mathis. He was violently scratching at his chest. Huh? I gasped. All traces of red in the room led directly to where it flowed from Mathis's chest. What is happening? The world spun around my mind relentlessly. I finally came to my senses after hearing a quiet scream come from Mathis's mouth. Mathis! What did he do? Run around the room? Most likely. He's just been like spinning and stuff, and she's just out on the lawn going, what a lovely day. I cried out in horror and quickly helped him up. Wait, is his lifespan at its end? But it hasn't even been a year since he became a reliver. The situation was supporting my suspicions. Mathis was clearly in pain, but something about it was different from the coughing fits I had seen caused by the curse. His chest and his fingers were soaked in bright red blood that dripped down onto the floor. Can't be. Mathis wasn't applying pressure to his bleeding chest, but instead, he was doing this to himself? As if to confirm my question. The pain. His multicolored eyes opened wide and... It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Mathis completely ignored the blood spilling from his flesh and continued to claw at his chest with his fingernails. Remember when Hugo died? That was a good time. Please take it out, now. He was trying to gouge out something from deep inside his flesh and bones. Stop, please, Mathis, stop. At this rate, you're going to kill yourself. I did my best to hold onto his arm with all the chaos, but... I mean, come on. Hugo sucked for a while there. It became apparent that he wasn't in his right mind as his body jerked and thrashed. The sight overlapped with the bizarre scene I had encountered before. It would have been funny if it showed Hugo right then. I was like, did Hugo die in this one? How can I help him? Use the transmitter, find someone outside. If you find someone outside, they definitely would do something. If this was the spot I needed to be at, but because it said Camille Cloud, and this one said youthful date, I didn't realize the chapters have different names. My bad. How can you be in chapter 1 and now it's called warning? You know what I mean? Like, doesn't that seem weird? I was midway eating when I heard that. What are you eating? Is it delicious? Use the transmitter. Oh no, I didn't like that. I can use the transmitter to get help. Please, wait here for me, Mathis. I ran to the cabinet for the transmitter. Spaghetti. Oh my gosh. It shook in my hands as it contacted Dr. Capuchin's hospital to get help. Oh no. Gummy worms? Wait, what? That sounds amazing. Thank you. Please come as soon as possible. After calling for help, I rushed back to Mathis's side. Oh, man. I called the hospital. Mathis, they're gonna send a doctor, so please stay with me. Just as I was about to say his name. A bloody mass came out of his chest with a snap. Huh? The next moment, a fountain of blood sprayed across the room. It fell from his limp hand, tumbling down onto the floor. I stared at it in shock. The organ that had held his memory data was twitching violently. It pulsed with veins that emptied themselves of blood with each pump. It was something essential to life. A heart. I stood dumbfounded. But whatever miracle was keeping him alive, he smiled weakly. Finally. doesn't hurt anymore. He smiled with relief, now freed from pain. As the heart on the floor slowed to a stop, so did Mathis with his eyes still open. He calmly broke our promise and left me behind like a jerk. Ah ha ha ha, I'm screaming. I screamed with my head in my hands. Pretend I did it. My voice might crack if I screamed right now. We promised that we would have a happy future together, but he chose to escape from pain instead, like a jerk. Ghosted. He just left like that. Hatred slowly filled my heart. Oh, what did I do? What do I do with hatred? And how dare he? I enjoy the accusations there. He just decided to leave. Like, why? I bit my lip and used the pain to regain my composure. There's no telling what Mathis will do if I leave his side. This was going to be risky, but I quickly stood and slammed open the window where I had seen the Lycoris petals fly and took in a deep breath. Someone please, Mathis needs help. I did my very best to yell outside. I was like, hey yo, get in here. The Clyde estate was vast, and with no neighbors nearby, there was a chance my voice would not go unheard. But there was also a chance that the moment my voice rang, a number of people lurking behind the main gate jumped into view. We just have like a gaggle of humans outside our yard. I threw the keys to them with all my might, then quickly picked them up, making their way inside. Sounds of footsteps stormed down the corridor and...
何があったんです?
Dahat, you were just hiding in my bushes? Dahat, why were you hiding in my bushes? Leah, what's going on? Dahat, who had been monitoring us, appeared with his subordinate in tow. Just hiding outside, checking it all out. A little thing was sleeping inside the cold cradle. What?
ようやく成功した。
Oh, was this Sheen? Finally, success. Sparkling and smooth. The man with beautiful hair was overjoyed at the birth of the tiny life sleeping on the laboratory table. But his joy was not directed towards the tiny life
ここ
itself.
まで長かった。危うく実験を成功させる前に、娼婦を全員狩り尽くすかと。
It took so long. Any longer and I would have killed all the prostitutes in this country.
あとは植え付けた記憶に沿うあらゆる感情を芽生えさせることができれば、俺の研究は完成に近づく。
Now all that's left is to do is grow its emotions from the memories I implanted and my research will be complete.
ローザリーと再会できる日も遠くない。
It won't be long before I can be reunited with Rosalie. This is my introduction to Virche Evermore. Oh, wait! I forgot, Blue. You didn't watch the Virche streams. Gosh. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. Welcome to trauma. Mathis is a homunculus. He was invented in a laboratory. This is how he was born. This is his first day on Earth right here. Because Jean's fiance at the time was murdered by a prostitute on her way to the doctors to get a checkup on her baby that she was carrying. And so Jean decided he was going to recreate her. Frankenstein. Or like Dr. Freeze style, I guess, almost. His joy from gaining the means to reunite with his beloved once again.
と、舞い上がってる場合じゃないな。
Mathis' voice actor is very good. I started to tear up. He does pain very well. He did a lot of agonizing screams in the last one because he was being tested on in the last one. This is no time for me to get carried away. Oh, you're in for a treat. There's more screaming in this one.
目覚め
Yay!
る前に自分の名前の記憶を流し込んでやらないと。
I better load it with the memory of its name before it wakes up.
まあ、所詮は実験体だし、意味や響きなんて考えず、適当につければいいだ
This
ろ
is just a test run. I guess I can name it whatever since it doesn't matter. Before he could finish. There was a sudden jolt. The sleeping subject suddenly opened its eyes. Startled, the man quickly backed up against the wall. The subject didn't make any further movements.
意識はまだないよな。
Not conscious yet, is it?
なんだ、筋肉の痙攣でまぶたが開いただけか。たく、
I see.
驚かせやがって。
His eyes just opened from muscle spasms. Damn, that scared me. He swore as he looked closer at the subject's face. The color of its eyes wasn't set yet, but
こうしてみると、
the color of its eyes wasn't set yet. What does that mean? Now that I look closer.
やっぱり似てるな。俺と彼女に。
Yeah, it looks really similar, like me and her. He mumbled that it was only natural.
適当でいいんだよな。本当に。
I shouldn't worry what name it gets right. He figured he could simply give it a common name. He might have heard while out on a walk. In fact, he could have even chose a random name from one of the countless books in the mansion.
けど、
I could,
なんか、
but
それじゃあ納得いかないっていうか、もったいないっていうか。
doesn't feel right. Almost like a waste, really. Strangely enough, he was thinking much more deeply now. I sat so still just now, I thought it was froze. Is it? Did you buffer? Oh no. Okay, yeah, it was just you. Not that that's great, but you scared me. Strangely enough, he was thinking much more deeply now. Scared me.
よし、決め
Got
た。
it.
お前の名前はマティス。マティス・クロード。
Her name will be Mathis. Mathis Claude. Is he saying Mathis? I've been saying Mathis this whole time. Math is what the heck? There was no deep meaning to it. It was merely a name he thought for lack of a better one, but it happened to be the name of his unborn child.
彼女が考えたとっておきの名前を貸してやるんだ。
Just naming his
そ
son.
の名にふさわしく。
Everyone's on a big console right now. Pain. Ooh, which console? What are they playing? Are they playing Fortnite? I'm gonna lend you this special name that she thought of herself. Listen carefully now, my little homunculus.
俺に素敵な贈り物をしてくれよ。
Big console, you know, like a PlayStation 5. PC considered a big console? Is PC considered a big console? PS4 and a PS5. Oh man. I mean, technically, it depends on how you built the PC actually, because PCs can be trash. Not you. Don't break. Mine's is gorgeous. She's a good girl. She takes care of me. Don't break. Make sure you give me an equally great gift in exchange for this name.
というわけで、しばらくよろしくな、マティス坊ちゃん。
Now then, I'm looking forward to working with you, Master Mathis. To this being yet to be awakened, he gave the gift of a name. A simple drop. A single drop. Mathis's eyes slowly opened. As they did, a single teardrop fell from the sad dream he may have had. Mathis, you're finally awake. I rushed to Mathis's side and held his hand as he lay in bed, slowly awakening. He blinked his sleepy eyes a number of times. Plural. Leah, I'm glad they put you in bed in this getup, my guy. He finally responded, recognizing me after his fourth blink. I could see myself and the lifeless white ceiling reflecting off his eyes. Where am I?
ここは
A hospital, my guy.
僕は部屋で
小説を書いていたはずじゃ。
I thought I was working on my novel at home. Trying to grasp the situation, he moved to get out of bed, but he suddenly grabbed his chest with a pained expression. You need to take it easy, my guy. Your chest is badly wounded, Mathis. I quickly held his shoulders so that he would stay put. Obviously, those words alone weren't enough to explain his situation.
胸に傷？怪我をした記憶はないんですけど。
My chest is wounded. I don't remember getting hurt. It seemed he didn't remember anything that happened at the mansion. As for me, I was brought to this room after Dahat and his team saved Mathis, so I wasn't sure exactly what happened to him. I can't just stay silent. If I had been even a second late in calling for help, I know what would have happened. I watched it. Mathis might have completely ripped out his heart and died. He did. In order to prevent the same thing from happening again, I needed to tell him the truth. Well, I knew he was going to be confused, but I began to describe to him in detail what happened just a few hours ago. Listen.
僕が自分で胸を。
I did this to myself. Yeah, but your eyes look like a snake right now. Isn't that cool?
それじゃ
Oh.
胸が痛むのも。
So the reason my chest hurts is because of that injury. Did you forget why you were scratching at your chest?
はい。小説の構想を練っていた時の記憶はかろうじて残っているんですが。
I have a vague memory about thinking of what to write in my novel and about how pretty you are and how much I love you and oh my god, let me rip my chest open again. Oh, Blue, since you're not from the previous game. Previously, this character, he's in a new body. And these new bodies have a defect. If they feel an emotion too strongly, they will rip out their own hearts. Because it feels like there's a fire inside of them. Typically, it kept happening to couples because couples have a feel, you know. But a couple of people died on their own. Hugo was one of them. Because Hugo had a crush on my boy. And he's a reliver, so he ripped out his own heart. And it's his own fault. He deserved it. That's what you get for going after my man. Wait. Do you have an idea?
あります。あなたは覚えていませんか？
Do you remember, Leah? Yikes,
僕
yeah.
が起こした自死未遂は以前別の場所でも起きていたはずです。
My injuries seem similar to what happened before. Oh, great, they're gonna rehash it in the story? I didn't have to. What happened before? His words jogged my memory. Does that mean he remembers? Because he had amnesia last time. Like Mathis said, I did recall something. There were two kinds of
遺体を
bodies,
調べた
two
ところ、
kinds of bodies.
被害者たちの
One
両
were
手の
women
爪の隙間に
and
は
other were
かきむしられた肉の
robots.
一部が挟まっていた。
I was delayed. Oh no. After examining the bodies, we found that they had a portion of their missing flesh under their
傷
fingernails.
口ともおおむね一致している。
Oh, Capuchin. We've also found nail marks on their
おそ
chest.
らく被害者たちは尋常ならざる握力を持って自らの爪で胸をかきむしり、
I believe the victims clawed out their own chest using fingernails, as well as strength far beyond the norm.
多くがその過程で失血により死亡したのだろ
Many would have died from blood loss. It was the first time I saw the phenomenon happen before my own eyes. So it's just like those mysterious suicides that happened before, that the country was keeping
あの
covered.
事件は最終的にブローによるものとして処理されましたが、
They were not. There were two kinds of bodies, the ones Barreau killed, and the ones that killed themselves. They were two kinds. I believe those cases were ultimately determined to be the work of Barreau. Barreau did not do
本
that.
当は違くて別に原因があるってことですね。
That was a lie. There was another reason behind it. Yes, Hibiki, tell the truth. there a new guy? The visitor appeared suddenly, his long lab coat dragging across the floor. Is this not Dahad? Okay. Got real worried right then. I'm like, we're being introduced to a new character?
よかった。無事に目が覚めたみたいですね。
I'm so relieved that you've woken up.
屋敷に飛び込んで早々、部屋が血まみれになっているので、びっくりしちゃいましたよ。
I was so shocked to see your room covered in blood when we made our way up there. Thank you very much for your help. I can't imagine what would have happened if you weren't there, Dahat. Nevertheless, there was more that needed to be discussed apart from our gratitude. The first thing that came to mind was the warning from my kind friend. May I ask you why your men were around the cloud estate to begin with?
偶然って言ったら、信じてくれますです？
Would you believe it if I said it was a coincidence that 6 of us just happened to be standing outside your house? And like our ears pricked up like puppies when we heard you say, "Come help." That would be hard to believe. Maybe if it was only you, but for your staff to be there too. The hot let out a deep sigh as if in agreement.
あなたの予想通り、僕たちはシアンさんの命令で、お二人を監視していました。
As you may have suspected, we are monitoring you two on Sheen's
まあ
orders.
僕としては、平和に暮らすお二人の邪魔なんてしたくなかったんですけど。
Personally speaking, I didn't want to disrupt your peaceful life
な
together.
んやかんやで今の僕は、シアンさんに全く逆らえない立場でして、従うしかなかったのです。
We're sort of in a peculiar position where we can't fight Sheen, so we had to follow his orders. The fact that you were monitoring us is besides the point. I know that's the reason Mathis is still alive. But what I want to know was why. Judging by how quickly you were able to treat him, did you and the others know that Mathis would one day end up in this state? Did you know you gave him a bad body? The hot gave a sigh of admiration at my straightforward question.
お見事。さすがあの修羅場を乗り越えた事件解決の立役者さんですね。
Well done. I expect nothing less of the person who survived that ordeal and solved the original case to begin with.
とはいえ、今回マティスさんに起きた異変は、事件と直接の関係はありません。
That said, what happened to Mathis isn't directly related to the previous
リラ
incident.
イバーとしての使用と表現した方が正しいかと。
It'd be more accurate to call it a feature of being a reliver. A feature. Yeah, because Sheen Brophy, the mad scientist, God, he thought emotions were a waste. So he's like, we don't need those. It's not a flaw. Was it just me? For some reason, I felt an indescribable sense of unease from what he said. Mathis must have had the same concerns. He got up from the bed and looked straight at Dahat.
教えて
Please tell me.
ください。あの時、僕の体、いえ、メモリーに、一体何が起きたんですか？
It's like a battle of the two cutest characters. What happened back then to my body, to my memory? He sought the truth while holding his aching chest.
そうですね。本来ならシアンさんが直接説明するべきなんですが。
Battle the shorties. What's funny is Mathis isn't even short. It's just he's hunched over when he does this pose. He looks short, but if he would stop hunching over so much, he's actually pretty tall. What indeed? Sheen should be the one to explain this to you, but
彼は今ちょっと王族を締め上げるのに忙しいみたいなので、
he's a bit
僕からお
busy
伝えします。
wrangling the royal family, so I suppose I should tell you instead.
何度も恋に落ちると誓っているお二人にとって何よりも辛い真実を。
It may be a harsh truth for both of you since you've sworn to keep falling in love. Say it. The hot placed a hand over his chest like Mathis did. I could see my reflection in his right eye and Mathis in his left as he began to speak.
そのメモリーを狂わせたのは この世で最も複雑かつ美しい感情。
What caused your memories to fail was the complex and beautiful emotion. Was the most complex and beautiful emotion in the world.
すなわち強烈な恋愛感情。
In other words, the intense feeling
こ
of
のままで
love.
はそう遠くない未来に
At this rate, and in a not so far future,
マ
you're
ティ
gonna
スさんは
be dead.
メモリークラッシュで死亡します。
Mathis will die from what is known as a memory crash. Oh man. Chapter 2! Whoa, we did it! We made it to, there's a second chapter. We're there now.
これはとある国のとある男と女の物語。
Is this Mama's voice? This is the story of a man and a woman from a certain country.
気高き女は黄金をまとい、愛に忠実な男は銀をまとう。
The noble woman wore gold, and the man, faithful to his beloved, wore silver. Seeing the
互いを思い、
sorry.
寄り添い合う二人を見て、とある人間はこう言った。
Seeing the two of them together with such dear feelings for one another, another human said,
ああ、まるで月と太陽が思いを結んだようじゃないか。
It's as if the sun and the moon have united. The hot point of view. We get it to hot point of view in this. What a treat. Allow me the honor of explaining this to you based on the data I received from Sheen. Strong emotions could be transferred to the next body. Couldn't be transferred to the next body due to limited memory capacity, which required the deletion of such emotions. Seemed like a major bug to me, but according to Sheen, who didn't care much about emotions, this was simply a feature. But then, a certain husband and wife met, gave birth to a baby, and triggered a phenomenon that crashed their memories after experiencing emotions of love. In other words, a critical weakness was discovered. In truth, there was an alert feature that activated when a reliver's memory overloaded from emotional surges and distress. This alert function was a safety feature that was included to monitor emotions that went beyond the memory storage capacity. It acted as a recovery feature that forcibly eliminated the overload emotion when bodily functions were threatened. In other words, it was a function that was developed as a safeguard to protect a reliver's life. But love was the most complex and volatile of human emotions and the most powerful. So strong was it that the alert function was unable to process correctly, leading to errors. What that meant was each time an alert occurred from a powerful emotion of love, pain surged through the reliver's heart, and after 5 similar incidents, the recovery process malfunctioned, generating pain beyond belief. The relivers who experienced this pain lost their sanity and tried to forcibly remove their hearts in a mad frenzy. This phenomenon was
メ
labeled
モリークラッシュと名付けたそうです。
a memory crash, according to Sheen. That's your parents, by the way. Which means those mysterious suicides in Cohen.
メモリークラッシュでしょうね。多分被害者は人の目がない場所で応戦をしていた恋人同士だったんでしょう。
Were probably due to this memory crash. I assume the victims were lovers who met in secrecy. Wait a minute. You're saying that if a reliver feels powerful love, that person will die regardless? The hot, aka Hibiki. This is Hibiki before you could date him. This is when he was just a cute character. Did that mean it would happen to Mathis too?
どうして
But why?
どうして今までシアンさんはそのことを公表しなかったんですか？
Why did Sheen keep this secret from the public all this time?
その情報さえあればたくさんの被害者たちが死なずに済んだのに。
If people were aware of this information beforehand, we wouldn't have seen so many deaths.
したくてもできない理由があるんです。シアンさんはむしろ余計なトラブルを防ぐために
There's something
公
in my
表した
eye.
いみたいなんですけど。
There's a reason he couldn't, even though he had initially planned on disclosing it to prevent unnecessary trouble.
この変死に関与している王族が堅くなに公表を拒み証拠を隠滅していた。
Sadly, the royal family involved in these
情けな
deaths
い理由がありまして、
were stubborn and wanted to hide the truth. A royal
さす
family?
がに男女が恋に落ちるだけでクラッシュが起きたらこの国はとっくに滅んでいます。
This country would have been finished long ago if a crash happened every time a man and a woman fell in
と
love.
いうかシアンさんの作ったメモリーは普通の恋愛感情じゃびくともしません。
I mean, the memory bank that Sheen developed wouldn't malfunction due to something expected like
それ
love.
こそ物語のような数万数十万分の1の確率で存在する
It'd have to be
世
a
界を変える
one.
ような恋や愛じゃないと。
It'd have to be a 1 in a million storybook love that's strong enough to change the world.
にもかかわらず、あんなにもたくさんの被害者が生まれたということは、
But if that's true, the reason why so many fell victim back then is Mathis suddenly stopped mid-sentence when he realized the truth.
まさか
See how much taller he is now?
シアンさんの目を盗んで被害者のメモリーに何か仕掛けを。
Just stands up a little bit. He's literally 2 inches taller. Could it be that someone tampered with the victim's memory banks without Sheen's not knowing? The hot nodded.
王族がとある人に協力しある程度の恋愛感情を持てばクラッシュが起きるよ
The royal family worked with someone to update the memory and allow for only a certain number of emotions before crashing.
う。特定の世代に生産されたクローン体のメモリーの強度を低く設定したとのことです。
I assume they lowered the memory capacity during the production of a previous generation of clones. That's horrible. I couldn't help but recall the horrible sight from that day. But if that's the case, it shouldn't have anything to do with Mathis. After all, Sheen is the one who created his body. The royal family couldn't have interfered,
ええ。だからこそ驚いています。
which is why I'm surprised.
あなたたちは神が作った心のゆりかごを
Our God created the cradle that holds his emotions.
何の小細工もなく互いの愛によって凌駕しようとしている。
And yet your love is so great that it's affecting that cradle. Huh?
それ
You mean?
お前たちが抱く恋愛感情はメモリーが処理しきれないほどの強さということだ。
He loves me so much he's going to die. Aw, that's so sweet. The love you have for each other is more powerful than your memory can handle. The god of this country appeared, muttering with annoyance.
シアンさん
Sheen.
想定したタイミングでエラーが
He
起
just
きた
came to show his
監視をつけて
behind
正
us.
解だった。
Or are you done talking? Sorry. The error occurred just as I predicted. I was right to have you monitored. Sheen looked hotly at Mathis, sitting on the bed. You're saying you had to hot monitor us so that Mathis could be saved when the memory crash occurred?
新たな手駒をたかが恋愛感情で失うなどバカバカしいにも程があるからな。
Baka baka. It would be ridiculous to lose a new pawn just because of romantic feelings.
もうそこは嘘でも心配していたって言いましょうよ。本当に気遣いが足りないんですから。
Come on, just lie and say you were worried. You really have zero tact, you know? Sheen told Dahat to shut up, then proceeded to open a screen in midair.
メモリーの破損具合からして発作はこれで3回目か。次の発作も遠くないな。
Judging by the state of your memory, this was the third occurrence. The next time will likely come sooner than expected. He nonchalantly went on to say that Mathis was dying as if speaking about the weather. Oh my god. After that, the conversation was a blur and I couldn't recall how it ended. Mathis and I both had our backups done just in case. Just in case. Shortly afterwards, we were kicked out of the institute, just like pushed to the curb. Mathis and I were both stunned, and he slowly looked down at his blood-stained fingertips. They were proof that the future Sheen spoke about wasn't a lie.
帰りましょうか。
Should we head home? He looked at me from the corner of his eye and forced himself to speak as simply as possible. Yes. We set off down the road, but we didn't hold hands like we usually did. Aww. He did say we should head home, but without any energy to return to the mansion, we ended up sitting on a bench in Conavel. Most of the people who were busy running around or driving cars to deliver things to the institute were relivers. Relivers with the same memory banks as Mathis. It should be the same.
どうして僕だけ。
Why only me? The reason was clear. I recalled the harsh reality that was thrust in front of me with Mathis. Oh, a flashback already? My guys, we're just there. Sheen told us it would take too much time and effort to explain in the isolated room. He brought us to the laboratory where relivers were created. Similar to earlier, he outlined the conditions that would lead to a memory crash.
本来はリライバーになった時点でマティスさんは23年の寿命を約束されていました。
Mathis was promised a life of 23 years the moment he became a reliver.
けれどお二人が抱く恋愛感情の強度を考えると
But considering the strength of the love you two have for each other,
このままでは寿命が来る前にメモリーの方が耐えきれず1年程度でクラッシュしてしまいます。
well, if he was promised, then that means you have to replace his body until he's at least made it to 23 years before he's responsible to pay for a new body. I understand how warranties work. Your memory bank can't bear that load for the duration of your lifespan, meaning it'll crash in about a year's
あ
time.
なたもリライバー化すれば同様の現象と期限で死んでしまうでしょうね。
Leah too, if you become a reliver, you will likely die from the same cause within the same time frame.
メモリーの改良も不可能ではないが、お前たちには耐えられない。
Memory modification is possible, but neither of you will be able to withstand it.
まあ大した問題ではない。定期的にバックアップを取り、死ぬたびにダウンロードすればいい話だ。
But it isn't a big deal. Simply prepare regular backups to be downloaded again each time you die. With that, he dismissed the importance of what his explanation meant, that 23 years of life would be shortened to 1. No, regularly back up your memory, and then you'll be fine. Once a month, come back over here.
1
Itchy? 1 year?
たった1年しか。僕はあなたと恋をすることができない。
Just 1 year, that's all I have to love you? Mathis muttered that he felt like he was going mad.
なんで
But remember, they have to re-fall in love each time. I mean, they could just stay away from each other. Why?
ずっと苦しんできたっていうあなたを
That's if they fall back in love with each other.
と幸せにすることができるって。
You've been suffering so long, and now that I can finally make you happy.
そう思っていたのに。
Why is this happening? You have too strong emotions. You're gonna turn into a dark side. Anakin, quit it. He held his chest and shouted with frustration. Mathis.
せめて僕一人だけならよかった。
It'd be fine if it was just me.
このままじゃ1年ごとに心臓を砕くほどの痛みを抱いて死ぬという絶望に。
At this rate, I know I'm gonna die from this heart-shattering pain every
あ
year.
なたまで道連れにすることになってしまう。
I'll be dragging you down with me. I understood how he felt. If my emotions were as strong as Mathis's, which I can't confirm because I'm not a reliver, look at the eyes, they're normal. She become a reliver in any routes, actually? Did she ever die? No. I too would die each year after becoming a reliver. Mathis's face was hell as he thought about our future. I couldn't say I wasn't scared, but I can endure any kind of pain as long as we're together, Mathis. But I'm guessing idealism alone won't help much. She does? She did? When? Which one did she die in? I don't remember her ever becoming a reliver. Mathis. He's a moth now, nodded bitterly.
あんなひどい死に方を何度も繰り返し続けるぐらいなら
The thought about having to die horribly over and over again. I'm sorry. I know a man who did that once, okay? And he loved me. I mean, sometimes he killed me, but he loved me. He loved me.
いっそ神優たちのように愛に準じて死ぬ方が人
What's it,
間として
Adolphs?
美しい生き方じゃないでしょうか
I remember her in a tank and someone being upset about it. That was Eve's. And I think maybe it was Adolph's too, but she was in a tank for Eve's route. Eve was coming to rescue her. She agreed to go with Sheen, and Eve was like, I'm getting you out of here, and people were just dying left and right. I'm like, girl chose to go with this guy, and you guys are literally breaking down the door. But she didn't turn into a reliver. She was just being used as a test subject. Would it be more beautiful to live? Actually, now I'm curious. Hang on. I'm pretty sure I'm right. Don't close game. Oh man, I remember that. Gosh, remember all this, guys? Okay, this is the artificial heart. That's Dahat when he went crazy. Look at Dahat when he was crazy. So cute when he's crazy. I swear she was in it. There she is. There she's in the tube. But see, she's human. She's just a human in a tube. I think he was trying to use her body to like do this to the world. He's like, you'll kill everybody. And then I'm pretty sure she was also so pretty. It is pretty. It's so pretty. Anku. God, Anku. And then in Eve's, I'm pretty sure she ended up in a tube as well, like right here. Oh, that's her parents' names. Hang on. Oh, I guess it doesn't show her in the tube. And oh no, that's her in the tube. That's her in the tube right there, right? He's like, no, that's her in the tube. Classic. And there's the thing, they broke it. Yeah, I remember. But she was a human on all of those. She wasn't a reliver yet. And you should definitely watch Virche Evermore, Heir of Salvation. It's a pretty good story. It's got a lot happening. Wouldn't it be more beautiful to live like Camille, dying as a human in the name of love? His honest opinion was sadly one I could agree with. It didn't matter what we could be brought back to life as a reliver after death. Nothing would change how painful a death of suffering would be. If we accepted the pain as a natural price to pay for life, we would surely become different creatures in human form. If we're to protect the sanctity of being a human, then Mathis is right in that we should accept natural death. However, oh yeah, what would happen to the promise that Mathis made to me? I forgot how this one ended. Oh no, I just remembered seeing the CG. Oh no. He died. I looked down at my fingers. My neat, trimmed nails weren't particularly strong. They could be sliced by an ordinary blade. In the previous story, before this continued, Mathis is a homunculus. He had to have his mind reset every day, or he basically would shut down. And because the laboratory he was made in basically got caught on fire and burned down, that happened. However, his creator, Sheen, gave a copy of Mathis's memory, a backup of it, to Sheen, and Sheen created a real liver version of him, which is also why Mathis doesn't remember a lot of the old him, because it's not exactly the same him anymore. But dang, I forgot about that. That was a sad ending. And yet, once a certain impulse of love struck, these nails would be the very murder weapon that killed me. That was scary. But still, I don't want to give up just because of the sudden despair that's appeared. I told him without holding my hesitation. I moved closer to him and took his hand. Mathis didn't seem to want to touch me because he still had blood stains on his fingers, but regardless, he's wearing gloves, it's fine. Regardless, I tightened my grip. We may only have a year left to live, but it also means that we still have a year to live. Instead of making a final decision right now, how about we spend some time and think about this together? Just like how Camille and Rosalie made the decision to die in love with each other.
そうか。
I see, you're right.
神優たちだってきっと簡単にその道を選んだわけじゃない。
I'm sure Camille, who's also Sheen, by the way, didn't choose his path so quickly.
得る苦しみ。残していく未練。
How old is MC? 21? Cirrus 21? So you die when you turn 23. Well, she was 21, I think, in the old game. Oh, it says 18. I swear she was a little older. Or maybe I'm thinking about how old Adolphe is. She had a few years. But I don't know if this is like a year later. So maybe she's 19. Enduring stuff, leaving behind regrets.
たくさんの問題を考えて。
He probably thought deeply about
それで
those
も
problems.
短い人生を愛する人と生きたいって
He must have
決めたはず。
decided to love her all his life, however short. I mean, yeah, I guess if you die really young, you have no choice. He spoke with conviction despite not having Camille's memory.
ごめんなさい。少し短絡的でした。
I'm sorry, I was being too hasty.
生きることも死ぬこともきっと衝動的に決めちゃいけない。
I shouldn't make decisions on living and dying on a single impulse.
ちゃんと向き合って考えないと。
I need to think deeply about everything. Mathis firmed his grip on my hand, and I stood up from the bench with him at the same time.
そのためにも
In order to do that,
どうかしばらく僕の小さな冒険に付き合ってくれませんか？
Mathis, let me talk. Talking too much. Leah, would you please stay with me on this little adventure? Adventure?
はい。この機会にいろんな場所を回って
I'll take this opportunity to visit different places. My boy, we're on a pretty small island. But
カミー
alright.
ユとロザリーさんがどんな愛を育んだ末に愛に準じることを選んだのかを知りたいんです。
I want to know what kind of love Camille and Rosalie nurtured that made them choose love over life. I understand. I do understand, but at the same time, I don't understand why we're focusing so heavily on Camille and Rosalie. I understand their story. It's sad. It's a sad story. But Camille was a psychopath at the end of his life, and he did one kindness, which is why Mathis is around right now. But he did one kindness. He killed a bunch of prostitutes and took fetuses out of their bodies. Like, let's not try to base our love off of them. Do you mind? Like, let's not. There was no reason for me to refuse his decision. Of course, I would love to accompany you. I decided to join him on his little adventure. And I know that's technically his dad and his mom. I don't think he knows that, but I know that because he basically said it. It's too early for hope or despair. I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to be despair. At the end of our grief and suffering, we would find out our answer or regret it all our lives. The next day, we set off on an adventure to learn more about Camille and Rosalie.
でも僕はカミーユのことを全く覚えていないので。
Also, Camille killed his own parents, didn't he? Like, did we no. I don't remember anything about Camille.
よければあなたが彼の足跡が残っている場所を教えてくれませんか？
Leah, if you don't mind, could you tell me about the places he might have been? Brothels. He went to a lot of brothels. Because his parents only cared that he took over once he was old enough and he was able to do whatever he wanted until then. Understood. I remember details he told me about his past. The bar. A nearby bar known to be frequented by prostitutes was crowded with people by noon.
みんな楽しそうですね。
Everyone seems to be having fun. Now that the incidents are over, there are no longer any cases of women being abducted. They must be out now that it's a little safer. As we conversed, a number of women sitting at a nearby table toasted the wine glasses in their hands.
なんだかいいな。
That looks really nice.
僕もいつかイブさんたちと一緒にお酒飲んでみたいです。
Maybe one day we can drink with Eves and the others like that. Huh, but since you become a reliver while you're still underage, I wonder if they'll serve you. The Hot mentioned that he couldn't drink because of how young he looked.
あ、そうでした。
That's right.
残念です。いつか僕もお酒の美味しさがわかるのかなって楽しみにしてたのに。
That's too bad. I was looking forward to being able to appreciate the taste of liquor one day. We don't have IDs. Well, I guess you'll just have to appreciate the taste of grape juice instead. Mathis's shoulders slumped with disappointment.
あら、あなたたち
Oh my, aren't you? One of the women stopped next to
も
us.
しかして半年前いなくなった子の行方を探すために訪ねに来た子？
The one who came to me a few months ago about a missing person? It didn't seem like Mathis had any memories from back then, but I remembered her very clearly. You gave us the little flower bottle for the ritual, right?
覚えていてくれて嬉しいわ。
I'm happy you remember me. She answered with an alluring smile. Alright. It's been so long since we last spoke. Thank you very much for sharing with us what you knew back then.
こちらこそ。私の話がどこまで役に立ったのかはわからないけれど。
My pleasure. I'm not so sure how much of a help I was, but her beautiful eyes stole a glimpse of
この
Mathis.
子と無事に再会できたのならよかった。
I suppose all's well since it seems you found him.
あの時のあなた、心配のあまり倒れそうな顔色をしていたものね。
At the time, it seems you were just about to collapse with worry. Really?
自覚がないほど愛が深いということかしら。
I suppose you didn't notice because of how powerful your love was. While we're dying now, she tapped the table and beckoned for us to take a seat beside her. We did need to stay and speak to people, so we decided to take her up on her offer and have a seat. Mathis also seemed to realize that she was somehow related to the investigation from before. He gently broke into a conversation with her.
僕たちは今 カミーユとロザリーさんという恋人たちのことを調べているんです。
We're looking for some information about a couple named Camille and Rosalie. I tried to change them to one name.
この酒場に2人あるいはどちらかが来たことはありますか？
Do you remember seeing either of them before, together or separate?
ロザリー、あなたたちあの子の知り合いなの？
Rosalie, you two knew her? She moved the wine glass away from her lips as she looked at us in surprise. You knew her too.
知っているというか、かつてあの子はこの酒場を拠点にしていたのよ。
I suppose I did. She had quite a few clients come here for her.
他の娼婦に妬まれたのが原因で別の場所に移ってしまったけどね。
Some of the girls didn't like how popular she was, so she moved on someplace else. The woman spoke nostalgically about Rosalie's past. Do you think she met Camille after she moved on from here?
多分。もしカミーユとの関係を知っていたら、彼女も殺されていたでしょうし。
Perhaps if this woman had known about her relationship with Camille, she would have been killed too. It felt so strange to confirm the chronological order of events based on her being
ロ
alive.
ザリーはね、本当にいい女だった。
Rosalie was really a fine woman.
娼婦として生きていく中で何度も理不尽と絶望を思い知ったっていうのに、
We all endured hardships, and she was well aware of how terrible things were.
ただの一度もね、死にたいなんて口にしたことがなかったのよ。
Not once did she give up on life. Unaware of our feelings, she fondly looked back on her memories of the woman with golden hair.
そうそう、一度だけね、彼女がこの酒場にお酒を飲みに戻ってきたことがあったん
I
だけど、
remember her coming back here once to get a drink.
すごく情熱的な青年に毎日のように求婚されてるって話していたわ。
She was telling me about this passionate guy who kept proposing to her almost every day. Could it be?
カミーユのことかと。
It was probably Camille.
最初はきっと本気じゃないと思ってあしらっていたんでしょうね。
She kept refusing at
Demo.
first. She didn't think he was serious, but
物好きよね。
I do question his taste.
彼ならいくらでも身分のしっかりした女性を選び放題でしょうに。
So, oh my gosh, someone of his stature could choose any noble woman he wants.
私がいい、私じゃなきゃ嫌だって子供のようにわがままを言うんだもの。
He keeps saying he doesn't want anyone else but me. He's like a child.
そう、困ったように話していたけれど、その表情は幸せに満ち溢れていて、
She spoke about it like it was a problem, but her expression was full of happiness.
これは口説き落とされるのもそう遠くはないなっ
I
て
figured
思
it
ったわ。
wouldn't take much longer for her to give in. I guess her guess was correct. Rosalie ended up accepting Camille's hand in
ロ
marriage.
ザリーは美しかったから男性に口説かれるのも一度や二度じゃなかったんだけど、
Rosalie was quite a beauty, so she had her fair share of offers from men.
大
But
抵の男はね、振られた時にすぐに悟るのよ。
most of them understood as soon as they were
彼
turned
女の
down,
気高さに自分は釣り合わない。
but they couldn't possibly measure up to her. She chuckled, saying it was ironic considering Rosalie's status in society.
でも、その男性はロザリーさんのことを諦めなかったんですね。
But that man never gave up trying to win over Rosalie.
ええ、私は長く生きているから今さら恋愛に夢なんて見ないけど、
I've lived such a long time now that I don't even dream of love.
あの
But
時ばかりは少しロザリーが羨ましかった。
I have to admit I was a little bit envious of Rosalie. Her gaze seemed to fall upon my blonde hair as if seeing someone else.
あなたたちもあの子たちのような素敵な夫婦になってね。
I'm sure you two will become just as lovely a husband and wife. She ended the conversation by finishing her drink, never asking us about what happened to Rosalie. Where should we go? The church, I guess?
ああ、その二人なら今でもよく覚えていますよ。
I remember them very well even now. We arrived at the church in Coed. I heard from Camille that Rosalie was killed the day before their wedding, so there must be someone who knew them still living in the area. As expected, the church groundskeeper did know, and he smiled as if remembering the
こ
old
のアルペ
days.
シェールであれほど仲睦まじい恋人同士を見るのは私も初めてだったので印象に残っていますよ。
I remember them very well since it was the first time I saw a couple so in love in Apachel.
この国では結婚式を行うこと自体そう多くはありませんからね。
And it isn't very often that people in this country have weddings. I see.
二人はどんな様子でしたか？
Do you recall what they were like back
とて
then?
も幸せそうでしたよ。恋愛に興味がない私ですが少し羨ましくなるほどでした。
They seemed so happy together that even someone uninterested in love like me was envious of their relationship.
女性は妊娠中だったのかしきりに二人でお腹を撫でては。
The young one was pregnant, I believe. I recall seeing them touch her belly often. And Mathis, you're gonna hear Mathis.
ほーら見えるか？
Hey, can you see from in there?
ここで来月お父さんとお母さんが結婚式を挙げるんだぞ。
This is the place where mom and dad will have their wedding next month.
神言ったらお腹の中にいるこの子にまだ言葉はわからないわよ。
Neil, do you seriously think a baby in my belly would understand that?
意味は伝わらなくても感情は伝わってるかもしれないだろ。
Even if they don't get the meaning, they might understand the emotion, right?
それにこの子だって一緒に結婚式に参加することになるんだから。
Besides, a little will be attending the wedding with us.
緊張しないよう今から不安を和らげてやらないと。
I need to make sure I make them feel comfortable till the big day comes.
そうね。
I see.
あ、今少し
Think the
動い
baby
たか
just
も。
moved.
本当？もしかして俺たちに返事をしてくれたのかな。
Really, maybe it's their way of responding to us.
ありがとう。無事に式を挙げられるようにどうか
Thank you. Help us
お前も祈
pray
っててくれ。
for the wedding to go smoothly. You hear?
当日はロザリーだけじゃなくお前にも永遠の愛を誓うからな。
On that day, I'll pledge my undying love not only to Rosalie but also to you.
お腹の中にいる子供に語りかけていましたよ。
I think she was pregnant and he remembered that vivid memory. That's not okay. He was saying that to their unborn child.
そっか。お互いだけじゃなくて
I see it wasn't just those two.
これから生まれてくる子供のことも二人は心から愛していたんですね。
They loved each other and their unborn child with all of their heart.
ええ。だからこそ当日になって突然式の中止を知らされて
That's why I was surprised when they suddenly
驚きま
informed
した。
that the ceremony was
お
canceled.
二人に何かあったのでしょうか。今でもお腹の子供と一緒に幸せでいてくれればいいのですが。
I'm not sure what happened to them, but I pray that they are living happily with their child now. It would have been a lovely wedding if it had gone as planned. I'm sure everyone in the world would have given them their blessing.
はい。絶対に叶う願いではないけれど
I know it's impossible now, but
できれば僕も二人が式を挙げる姿を見てみたかったです。
I wish I had been there to watch their wedding ceremony. In the end, they were both unable to wear their beautiful wedding attire and say their vows to one another. But the reality of it was harsh. But in this harsh reality had not taken place, Mathis wouldn't have been born. Mathis gently took my hand and looked up at the ceiling of the church.
結婚おめでと
Congratulations on your wedding. Mathis,
う。なんだか急に言いたくなって。
I just wanted to say it out loud. Live happily in this world. Yeah, totally. Totally. He gave his blessing to the couple that might have still existed in another
僕
reality.
も二人みたいな恋を
I
あ
hope
なたとできるといい
I
な。
can have a love like the two of them. Boy, you almost died already. We got it. You do. No matter what decision you make, just like Rosalie, I promise my love to you, Mathis.
ありがとうございます。僕も同じ気持ちです。
Thank you very much. I feel the same.
叶うならこの綺麗な光の下で
One day under the same gentle
美しい
light.
服をまとったあなたの隣に立っていたいです。
Me burning the world. Live happily. I just picture like a zoom in, like you can see the fire. Just live happily. I hope we can stand here with you in a beautiful dress. Camille used to live in Shada, so he would likely have visited the marché. With that thought in mind, I brought Mathis to the busiest part of it.
カミーユは服装や体格を変えてちゃんとして生きていましたが、
Camille disguised himself as Jean with different clothes and a new
よ
demeanor.
く
But
考えたら誰一人として彼の正体に気づかないのは不自然じゃないですか？
come to think of it, strange that no one noticed his true identity.
彼は前の僕とは違って屋敷にこもっていたわけではないのに。
It's not like he was a shut-in at home like I was. Now that you mention it, maybe it was because Camille looked so different. As we wondered out loud, we headed towards one of the shops that he used to frequent when. As a someone suddenly called out to us with a name on the very person we were investigating. Thinking he had overheard gossip that would be helpful to us, Mathis took a brief look around.
カミーユだよな。お前無事だったのか。今までどこに行ってたんだよ。
It's you, isn't it, Camille? So you're safe and sound. Where in the world were you? A voice came from right behind us. Pardon? The well-dressed man stared at Mathis as soon as he turned around.
違う。カミーユじゃない。
You're not Camille after all. Puzzled, the man stared at him from head to toe.
すまない。人違いだったようだ。最近会わなくなった友人と後ろ姿がよく似ていて。
My apologies. I'm afraid I'm mistaken. You remind me of an old friend I've not seen in a while. Someone who's a little bit taller than you, thinner than you, has dark hair, not white hair. Easily confused.
その友人ってもしかしてカミーユ・クロードですか？
Is this friend of yours Camille Claude by any chance?
あいつと知り合いなのか？
You know him?
はい。遠い親戚というか。
Yes, I'm a distant relative of his. The man nodded deeply in
あい
response.
つはよくこのマルシェで一緒に遊び回っていた友人でね。
He's a friend of mine who had passed time with me here at the marché.
名家の人間とは思えないほど調子がいいというか、快活なやつだったよ。
He was so friendly that it was hard to believe he was from a prestigious family, a really lively fellow.
1年前に彼がブローに殺されたと聞いたときは、そりゃ落ち込んだもんさ。
When I heard he had been killed by Barreau a year ago, I was really depressed. The man's shoulders slumped a bit when he realized that Mathis wasn't Camille.
がっかりさせてしまったみたいですみません。
So sorry for disappointing you.
いや、いいんだ。俺が勝手に勘違いしたんだから。
Don't worry, it was my fault for imagining things. As if he still wanted to believe his gaze was fixed on Mathis. You mentioned he looked similar, but does Mathis really look like him, even from behind? They're not too far apart in height, but his hair is a different color.
何言ってるんだ、あんたたち。
What are you talking about?
カミーユはこの子と同じ、そりゃ綺麗な銀髪だったぞ。
Camille had beautiful silver hair just like him. The man responded as if it were obvious, but the news had us in shock.
銀髪って
Silver hair?
ご先祖様からの遺伝らしい。あれほど見事な銀髪はクロード家の中でも珍しいんだと。
It was supposedly inherited from his ancestors, but silver hair was rare even within the Clyde family.
本人は汚れやすいって別の色に染めたがってたけどな。
I remember he wanted to dye his hair and keep it in a neater style. Did you say dye his hair?
ああ、クーネの人にはあんまり馴染みがないか。
I suppose it's not as common in Cohen.
最近シュディの一部で流行ってるんだよ。特殊な染料を使って髪の毛の色を変えるのが。
I mean, I guess if you have the same hair and you're trying to pretend to be the butler, you would probably change your hair. It's popular in some parts of Shadis to use a special dye to change one's hair color.
まあさすがに奇抜すぎる色は難しいけどね。
Some of the more unnatural colors are frowned upon, as you might expect. I didn't know that. I see. His hair was the most recognizable aspect of his appearance, so it wasn't surprising that no one realized that Jean was Camille.
でもそっか、その様子だとやっぱりカミーユは死んじまったんだな。
I see now. Seems Camille really is dead, isn't he?
それじゃあな、あいつの面影を持つ君に会えてよかったよ。
I'd best be going. Nice meeting you and remembering him again. The man nodded as if accepting the reality of the situation, then took his leave. Mathis and I were left behind in the midst of a lively crowd around us.
髪色が僕と同じ髪色だった。
Camille had the same hair color as me. Mathis repeated that sentence multiple times as his silver hair gleamed with sunlight.
ただの偶然でしょうか。それとも殺害された女性の中に
Could it
銀
just be
髪
a
の人がいた
coincidence?
とか。
Or maybe one of his victims had silver hair? Or maybe he was using his own DNA for the experiment? I'm not sure. The identity of all the victims haven't been revealed yet, but it seemed too significant to be a coincidence. We continued our investigation with the little information we had. It was as if we were rushing to chase their shadows before nightfall. Those who knew Camille said he was bright, friendly, and positive fellow. Those who knew Rosalie said that she was a graceful, gentle, and beautiful woman. They really seemed to be a perfect match. If they had been born outside of this country, I'm sure they would have been able to live together as a happy couple. Remember, the only reason they didn't get to live together was because one of them was brutally murdered. That could happen anywhere. Mathis and I returned to the mansion with mixed feelings. We headed down into the underground passageway that existed deep below the laboratory. Sheen told us that this passage was used by Camille to work with his unknown supporters. Normally the passage would be off limits, but Mathis somehow got approval for us.
ごめんなさい。まだ安全が確保されていない場所に連れてきてしまって。
I'm sorry for bringing you to a place that isn't completely safe. It's alright, I was curious about this passage anyway. This passage wasn't directly under the Clyde family mansion, but a certain distance away. The passageway that crumbled recently was still covered in debris, and no effort had been made to remove the
カ
rubble.
ミーユはここを使って協力者たちとやり取りをしていたんですね。
So Camille used this passage to work with this supporter. Do you want to go further?
気にならないと言えば嘘になります。
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't
このまま
interested.
進んで彼を利用した支援者の正体を暴いてやりたい。
I wouldn't mind learning the
とも
identity
思う
of the
けど。
supporter who used Camille to his advantage, but
今回は別の目的のために来たんですから我慢しないと。
we came here for a different reason, so I'll let it go for now. Mathis convinced himself as he stepped through the water.
行きましょう。できる限り現場のそばに行けるよう許可は取ってあります。
Let's go. We have permission to get as close to the site as possible. Understood. I held onto Mathis's hand so that we wouldn't be separated. How far are we going? Proceeded through the passageway, wading through the water in silence. After our clothes became completely drenched and heavy, even though I guess we could have changed our clothes because we knew this was happening. We've been wearing booties. We finally arrived at a location filled with rubble. It seemed Sheen has verified there was no concern regarding further collapse. It looks like they've recovered all of the research material and equipment already.
はい。この場に残っているのは
Yes, the only thing left are
研究とは無関係のカミーユの私物くらいかと。
items unrelated to Camille's research, like his personal belongings. Mathis picked up a normal-looking pen from the rubble.
シアンさんの許可はもらってますから気をつけつつ調べてみましょう。
She can give us his approval, so let's look around
彼は
carefully.
ジャンになりきるために屋敷から 自分の痕跡を完全に消し去っていましたから。
In order to become Jean, Camille had to remove all traces of him from the mansion.
崩れ落ちた研究室にこそカミーユの全てが詰まっているはずです。
Which means his collapsed laboratory should house everything about him. Right. At this point, we were no longer just trying to find an answer to our questions. We were instead focused on finding any proof of Camille's life.
よいしょ。
And there. We removed the debris we could, waded through more water, and explored the remains of the laboratory. I didn't take long for us to find a number of minor items, but nothing
分
more.
かってはいたことですけど、
I knew it wasn't possible,
やっぱ
but
りカミーユとロザリーさんの遺体は
it seems
見つかりま
Camille's
せんね。
and Rosalie's bodies aren't here anymore. Mathis's muddy fingertips stopped as he muttered to himself.
崩落や爆発に巻き込まれて亡くなってしまったんでしょうか。
I wonder if they were lost in this explosion or the collapse. Who knows? They might have even been washed away down the passage. I like that this is just called homunculus. Homunculus. Maybe they're still alive. Since Camille's body hasn't been found, there may be the slight chance that he's still alive. I continued to move the rubble as I thought about how forgiving I could be to someone who did so many terrible things. I suddenly noticed, what's this? From below the rubble, I found a single book that was slightly damp with water.
研究用の資料でしょうか。
Could be part of his research materials. Nah, it looks more like a birth record. I carefully turned the pages so that it wouldn't tear and read from the inside.
今日信じられないぐらい美しい女と出会った。
Today I met an unbelievably beautiful woman. Hang on. Oh.
彼女の名前はロザリーというらしい。
She told me her name is Rosalie.
名前まで綺麗だなんていい意味でずるいと思う。
A pretty name like that is so perfect for her that it's almost
好きだ。
unfair.
好きだ。愛してる。
I like her? Like? No, I love her.
俺は今日運命の女と出会ったのだ。
Today is the day I finally met the woman of my dreams. Imagine. Inside was an unreserved account of his love for Rosalie. Just make sure that other option isn't the option I should have made. No matter what happened to them, they're together now and there always will be. Could this be
カミーユの日記。
Camille's diary? The story didn't end there, it grew with each passing page.
一目惚れの衝動のまま初対面で求婚したが見事にあしらわれてしまった。
Since it was love at first sight, I couldn't help but ask her to marry me, and she turned me down speculatorily.
金持ちの男の気まぐれだとでも思われているんだろうか。
I wonder if she thought I was just a rich guy looking for a good time.
ああ、だがそんな口達者なところも魅力的でたまらない。
Even the way she sweet talked her way out of it was charming.
俺はこのぐらいのことで諦めない。必ずロザリーを妻にしてみせる。
I'm not gonna give this up. I will have Rosalie as my
今
wife.
日もダメだった。だが今回口説いているうちに気づいた。ロザリーは美しい花が好きらしい。
Turned me down again today, but I learned from this attempt that Rosalie likes beautiful flowers.
花束を贈り物として用意するのは簡単だが、
Should be easy to prepare a bouquet for her as a gift.
家の金を使って買うのは間違ってる気がする。
Using my family's wealth to do that is probably
噂の
wrong.
クルーンの真似でもして自力で金を稼いで買おう。そうしよ
I'll do something like Korun and make some money with my own
う。ロ
hands.
ザリーが花束を受け取ってくれた。俺の勘違いでなければすごく喜んでくれた気がする。
Rosalie accepted my bouquet, and unless I saw seeing things, It looks like she was really happy about it.
心なしか前よりも距離が縮まった。これ幸いにとさらに熱心に口説いたら。
I felt like we've got a lot closer now, so I used this opportunity to try and close the gap.
一晩だけなら夢を見せてあげると言われた。正直心惹かれたが苦渋の思いで断った。
She told me she can give me sweet dreams for just one night. It was really a tough decision, but I refused.
俺の目標はあくまで彼女を妻にすることなんだから。夢で終わらせるなんて
My goal is
冗談じゃ
for
ない。
her to be my wife, so there's no reason to end it all as a passing dream.
そう言ったらなぜか彼女は困ったような笑みを浮かべた。
When I
そん
told
な
her
顔
that,
も
she
美しい
smiled
よ
like a
ロザリー。
she smiled like she was a little troubled. Another lovely expression of Rosalie.
ロザリーのことを知れば知るほど心惹かれていく。
The more I learn about Rosalie, the more I'm drawn to her.
彼女と男女として愛し合いたい。彼女を幸せにしたい。
I want us to love each other as man and woman. I want to make her happy.
外の世界のことは聞きかじった程度のことしか知らないけれど。
The little I know about the outside world is what I've learned from rumors, but
きっと俺の抱くこの感情こそが
I'm sure the emotion I'm feeling is
世界一の
the greatest
愛なんだ。
love in the world. I looked up at Mathis from the diary and saw that we were both smiling. It's all about Rosalie, isn't it?
さすがぶれないというか、いっそ見習いたくなってしまいます。
You want to kill a bunch of prostitutes? That seems wild. It looks like his personality was the same as before. It makes me want to follow his example. With each page we turned, we found more and more mentions of Rosalie. Mathis and I continued to read the diary where we left off.
ロザリーが俺の告白にやっと応じてくれた。
Rosalie finally accepted my confession of love.
嬉しい。だが信じられない。これは俺が見ている夢なんだろうか。
I'm so happy. I still can't believe it. This can't be all a dream, can it?
そう言ったら彼女に愛らしく頬をツンとつつかれた。ああ、俺のロザリーは本当に可愛い。
This is the fan disc, right? This is supposed to be like, this is what you guys wanted. This is not what I wanted. When I said that to her, she gave me a little poke on the cheek, and my Rosalie is so cute.
両親に
This isn't
ロザリ
cute
ー
to
の
me.
ことを
It's
紹介
not
した。
cute to me either. Like, this
が
is,
案の定反対されてしまった。
we know that their story was sad, but he literally became so obsessed at her death that he started killing prostitutes and doing experiments to try and make a human being. And we're acting like this is so sweet. Like, this isn't sweet. I don't care. Like, what? Like, I can understand Mathis having some trouble trying to blah, 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 blah. I guess they're trying to uncover the fact that that's actually his parents, but like, there's no forgiveness. This is like the issue we're having in 9 RIP, right? We don't forgive the dad that murdered all the people because he was so distraught that his daughter disappeared. Like, there's no recovering from that. He did it with malice. He was doing experiments with malice. He was also doing it with intent. Like, he was kidnapping specific. He said before he wasn't a good person when he met Rosalie. She literally said, what if I'm a terrible person? And he's like, let's be terrible together. They were not pretty privileged. He is pretty. But like, this is not, I don't care. Like, this is really weird. I introduced Rosalie to my parents. As expected, they were against the whole
リライ
thing.
バーになれば恋愛感情など失うというのに愛に狂ってどうするのだと。
They asked me what use there was in being madly enough. I would just lose those feelings after becoming a reliver.
耳が痛い。両思いになれた嬉しさでその問題から目をそらしていた。
They got me there. I was so happy being in love, I didn't want to think about it.
この愛に残酷な国でどう生きていけばいいのか。
This is how I felt during Rika's backstory and the Koyo's route. Literally don't care at all. Like, it just, I don't need this. This isn't helping Mathis and her. Do I think if Jean, sure, whatever. If in the previous game, Jean having this would be fine. But in this game, I know Jean's trash. How can we live in this country so cruel
ロ
towards
ザリーと
love?
二人で逃げずにしっかり話し合わないと。
I knew then that Rosalie and I needed to talk things
ロザ
through.
リーと夜が明けるまで話し合った。
I spoke with Rosalie until daybreak.
その末に俺たちは互いへの愛を守るため。
But Tommy Kitten had issues with this too when I read the review. Like, it just feels like unnecessary. Like, we don't need this to be long. I think I've said this many a times. A story doesn't need to be long to be good. You can make a story short. But like, this is like multiple hours, and we're just wasting our time on these characters that, one, are dead, and two, one was literal garbage at the end of his life. He did one nice thing. He saved Mathis's memories. That's it. That doesn't give... Anyways. We decided in the end that in order to protect our
バッ
love,
クアップを取らず人間として生きて
we wouldn't have
死ぬことを
ourselves
選んだ。
backed up and instead die as normal
だが
humans, but
本音を言えば俺はあと数年ではなく永遠に彼女を幸せにしたかった。
to be honest, I want to make her happy not just for a few more years, but
ロ
forever.
ザリーの妊娠が発覚した。俺と彼女の愛の結晶。嬉しくてたまらない。
Found out that Rosalie's pregnant. I can't even express how happy I am that our love has a physical form. As a reminder, we also did an alternate ending where she's locked in a basement with Mathis and he's just making them relive his life with Rosalie, with her playing the role of Rosalie and Mathis playing the role of Camille. And when she got pregnant and it messed with Mathis's mind, he took away the baby. Why is this the story we're getting right now? Why is this the route? But
怖い
I'm scared.
怖い。
I'm really
この
scared.
残酷な国にお腹の子を残して死ぬのが怖い。
I'm scared of dying and leaving our child behind in this cruel country.
どうして俺たちは大切な子供が大人になる瞬間を
Why can't we watch
見る
our
ことができ
precious
ないんだ。
child grow up into an adult? Despair, but it's BS. Oh
俺は
god.
もっとずっと
I want much more.
何十年先だって彼女たちのことを愛していたかった。
I want dozens more years to live with them and love them. They're also backpedaling on his personality trait. His personality trait was that he wanted to have a pure love and that he chose to die at 23 with his beloved. And I understand. I think I said that too. That's sad. You know, the kid's not going to see them, but the kid was going to have his parents to take care of it. And with that, Camille written thoughts ended there. The end of the last page seemed to be blotted with tears. Camille kept saying that he chose death in order to save his love, but just as you expected, I suppose it didn't come to you so easily.
はい
Yes.
死の恐怖と残す未練から逃げずに向き合った上で
He chose not to live a life of regret and instead faced the fear of death head on.
それでも愛を失いたくないと覚悟した上で
Not
寿
wanting
命
to
を
lose.
全うすることを選び取った
Virche Evermore, despair and bullshit. Oh my god. I just feel like this is an odd choice. They could just have a happy friggin' life. Was that too much? They didn't have to have... They could have made this a short one-ish chapter of these two starting a life together and maybe writing books together and maybe even having a child. But instead they're like, you know what? Let's bring back that thing where you rip your own heart out of your chest when you're in love. And also Camille and Rosalie for some reason. Not wanting to lose the love he felt was what drove his decision to live a full life to the end.
それが僕はなんだか嬉しい
Knowing that makes me sort of happy. Virche Evermore prolonged despair. Oh god. He didn't live a full life. He didn't. In fact, he started murdering prostitutes. I mean... And taking away their fetuses. Like, that happened, guys. Oh, god. Oh yeah, in the very last Variable Barricade post I made on YouTube, by the way, I put all of the names we had for Variable Barricade in the comments, or in the description. A small flower fell out from between the pages into a puddle below. Since it wasn't pressed, it was hard to identify what sort of flower it was, but Mathis carefully picked up the flower from the water.
僕、答えを出す前に、どうしてもやりたいことがあるんです。
Why is this romantic music playing right now? This is gross. I don't even understand. This is why I want to burn the world. He was full of determination, completely unlike the despair he experienced after learning the truth behind the memory crash. He went on to express a wish he had. Is it to continue to live like this? Because, like, we had the roleplay world already. We already pretended to be Camille and Rosalie. It turned out terrible. After that day, Mathis stopped looking for Camille's footprints in the other side of the world. Instead, he spent his breaks in between work to read Camille's diary over and over again because this boy's obsessed. One day, he made some arrangements. A week later, a small gravesite was built in the sunny spot in the Clyde family garden.
完成しましたね。
I don't know. Is this what the Japanese Otome fans want? Or are the writers on crack? First Kipipara, now this. Like, I'm hoping this is the only bad one. I mean, I'm not even sure what's gonna happen in Lucas's route unless this is Lucas's route. This right here, this is what's gonna happen on Lucas's route the entire time. It's just gonna see a headstone and ... Enter ... Headstone ... This headstone never stops. Finally done. Yes, Mathis rested the dry, wilted flower against the gravestone. Written on it were the names Camille and Rosalie carved into the stone.
二人のお墓を作ることに賛成してくれて。
I'm terrified for
あ
Olympia
りがとうござい
Soiree.
ます。
Why? Thank you very much for agreeing to have a grave built for them, Leah.
でも、本当に良かったんですか？
Are you sure about this?
あなたは実験室でとても痛い思い
Oh,
をし
the
たから。
fan disc. I thought you meant the game.
神湯の
I
面
was
影を見
like,
るのも
I've heard
怖いかも
only
しれ
nice
ないのに。
things. Long, but nice. You experienced a lot of pain in the laboratory during the experiments. Would seeing this be a terrible reminder of it? You're fucking asking me after it's installed, Mathis. You already put it here. Do you know how many people Camille killed? Like, this is your life. Do what you friggin' want. Be obsessed with whomever you want. Sure, they had a sad story. You know what else is sad? All the children that he killed. All the mothers that he killed. For 3 years. 3 years he was killing ladies. Like... I'd be lying if I said I didn't have mixed feelings about it, but I still remember Camille's last words clearly. Doesn't make it better. Oh no, there was a very annoying, frustrating plot in Olympia Soiree. There's always going to be one, at least. The only fan disc I like is Code Realize, Color X Malice, Pio4, and Radiant Tell. I have Color X Malice, and I own all of the Code Realizes. We still need Rory Shihana fan disc. I have the game. In that moment, he chose not to be a murderer, but your brother instead. Somehow I can't bring myself to hate him. I can. The wilted flower was accompanied by golden flowers we purchased at the marché.
お疲れ様でした。
Thank you for taking care of me. Oh my gosh. Of course, there was nothing inside the grave. That would be crazy. Bruce Shihana Fandisk has side characters routes. I need my sidemen. Like the amount of restraint in one route I had to have. I was on the verge of throwing my phone at the wall and yanking my hair. In Olympia Soiree, that's the one with the cute guy that has like the skull, right? Like he's like holding a little skull. Is Collar X Malice fan disc very long? Because I might do that next month just to get Collar X Malice done. Oh my stars. The construction of it was essentially for our own satisfaction. So happy for you, Mathis. This is our first CG, by the way.
彼の足跡をめぐってたくさんのことを知って。
Was there essay in that one? Pretty sure. What? I learned a lot from following this trail behind him.
ようやく今ちゃんと呼べるような気がします。
She reminded me. I was having a conversation with a friend about the most horrific horror movies, and he's all like, I think he said Hereditary, and he's all like, I can't think of a more like not horrifying but like guttural. And I was like, I mean, Last House on the Left was pretty bad. He's like, well, you can't really trump essay in terms of how terrible something can be. And I was like, I'm just saying, like, essay's bad. Oh gosh. Oh goody. Okay, well, as long as I know which one it is, I'll be prepared. I feel like I can call him
兄さん、
my brother. He's your dad. A small smile bloomed across his face like a
大
flower.
切な人と胸を壊すほどの世界一の恋ができる僕らは
We both fell in love with someone so dear to us that it tore at our hearts.
間違いなく魂がつながった兄弟だと思うから。
Like, what does this even matter, my guy? The problem's that you're gonna die. Oh, man. Oh my gosh. We just finished. Okay, we've been watching, I think I've mentioned this before a few times probably at this point, that I'm watching all of Jared Leto's content that he's ever made. Movies-wise, shows-wise. And we finished watching My So-Called Life. And, like, the very final episode, this guy was like, are you alright? He's like, it's whatever. She's gonna die. I'm gonna die. We're all gonna die. It doesn't matter. And I'm like, what a dark way of looking at it. Oh my god. He was mad. Oh god. There's no doubt that we're brothers whose souls are connected. He still murdered a bunch of people. This is now the Camille and Rosalie route. We already had the Camille and Rosalie route in the alternate ending. That was satisfactory. That was fine. We got that. They literally got to be together. A strong wind blew and the flower petals flew into the beautiful sky because apparently we just threw them everywhere. As Mathis looked up, forlorningly, I stood next to him and looked up as well. I can't say that I'm grateful or that I forgive you, but please rest in peace with your love. I spoke my parting words to his sinful soul. After losing sight of the petals, Mathis turned his attention to me, smiling gently.
二人みたいに長い時間をかけて未来のこと
That
を
ain't your
考えましょう。
man. That's somebody else's man. Oh gosh. Let's think about our future as long as we need to, just like they did.
僕が死ぬまでたった1年。言い換えればまだ1年もあるんですから。
I may only have a year left, but it also means I still have a year to live.
生きるにせよ死ぬにせよ
Whether I live or die.
二人一緒ならきっと後悔のない答えを出せるはずです。
I'm sure I won't regret the decision if we make it together. No matter what happens to us, I know we will love each other until the end. As if to seal our promise, Mathis gently pressed his lips to my cheek. I would have liked that better than just seeing Mathis in a field. Saris literally already told you this. His expression no longer dwelled on in the despair on our uncertain future. Oh my god, please tell me that's the end of that chapter. The next year that passed seemed both short and long at the same time. The hell does that mean?
こっちです。ここから見える海は輝いていて、特に綺麗なんですよ。
This is just like the Cupid Parasite fan desk goes worth for Alan. I will only care about Sheen. Sorry, Anku, but you belong to Leah. Sheen belongs to me. I accept. I accept that. I heard Sheen has a really good story. We'll see when we get there. Lucas is... I'm still question mark. Lucas is going to be like, unless we just hang out with Nadia. Let's just hang out with Nadia. I accept. Let's have Nadia and Dahat be best friends forever. BFFs forever. This way, the view of the ocean is beautiful from over here. Coming! We cherished each and every day we spent together. Wow, you're right. It's like a sparkling jewel. He's the cage guy, right? Yes, Lucas is the cage guy. But Lucas has the cutest sister in the world, and she's dying. And so she's just super cute, and she's dying. And she's best friends with the green-haired boy because he found her one day and they just became best friends. It literally made people who wasn't interested in Sheen and now they love him. But see, me and you were always on Sheen's side. We were the ones that were like, no. Sheen's a scientist. He's doing this for the people. Like, it's hard, right? He's not kidnapping prostitutes. He's doing experiments on convicted felons. It's different. The only good thing about Lucas is his sister. Be like, I'm not dating you for you. I'm dating you because I love your sister. As a sibling. You're right, it's like a sparkling jewel. I can't believe the ocean beyond this is made of such deadly waters.
でしょ？小説の参考にするためにだけじゃなくて、
It's not just a great reference for my novel, but
あなたとここに二人きりで
remember
来たかったんです。
was it Sheen's route where they decided to make a bunch of clones of her and bury her dead clones everywhere to help purify the earth? I was already in love with Sheen before his route. Afterwards, I was obsessed with him. Sheen the booty man. Sheen is this look at my butt man. That is Sheen. Yes. Sheen has the neck tattoo. Here's the thing. So every reliver has a tattoo on their body. I think his is right here. I think Mathis's is right here on his chest. You can't see it because what he's wearing right now. Sheen's was on his neck, and I just think it's hot. Also Mama's. Mama's is right on her boobies. And I love it. It's a great time. I love the reliver marks. It's great. It's great. I wanted to be here just the two of
恋人
us.
同士はロマンチックな場所で過ごすのがいいと。
I read in a book that it's a good
本で読んだんで。
idea for lovers to spend time together in romantic places. Mathis, you can lie down on my lap and rest if you want. You haven't slept much recently because of how busy you've been. How many chapters is these stories? I'm so scared. I was thinking how nice it would be if I could help you unwind.
いいんですか？
When the opening song came out, I was focused on Sheen, and I was like, I want him. The very first VOD I have for this game, I was like, Lucas is my type. This one's my type. And I'm pointing at Lucas, and I was all like, who was I back then? Who was that girl? And I was excited until he put me in a cage. I was fine until the cage. Everything was fine. And then he put me in a cage, and I changed my opinion right away. I didn't care if he was a murderer. Only in a video game. Only in a video game. Are you sure? Would you please? I'd like to pamper you a bit sometimes since we've been doing your best. You've been doing your best. Let me pet your hair.
わかりました。
These two aren't even sleeping together.
それじゃあ
Understood then if you don't mind. Please make yourself comfortable.
膝枕なんて初めてしても
My
らい
god,
ま
you're
した。
2 years old. Your first are gonna be so many. I was losing my mind during that one CG when he caught Saris, then she fell. I was like, oh my god, he's so cute. Remember when he's all like, oh my god, I get to spend the day with her after she left, and we were just going, oh, it's so cute. Mathis is so soft, usually not my type. It's interesting because there's a mix. So sometimes I like the cute, innocent characters. I don't like Mathis. But Toka, I love Toka. I think Toka's fresh. I think Mathis was too depressing. I think Toka's less depressing and a little bit scary, which is making him great. It's the first time someone let me rest on their lap like this. You should see my reaction during the cage shit. I was pissed. Yeah, oh my god, you know what? I should go back. I wonder if I could find it. Let's just go watch that instead of play Mathis's route. I'll just watch my old VODs.
このまま眠っちゃいそうです。
I feel so nice. I could almost fall asleep. You can if you want.
それは我慢します。あなたと一緒に過ごすためにこ
I'll
こま
try
で
to
来たん
stay
です
up.
から。
I brought us all the way here so I could spend time with
こ
you.
こで過ごす時間やこれから一緒に過ごす時間を
Every second we spend together here and in the future.
一生忘れられない思い出として心に刻んでいきましょうね。
I want to make sure we etch them in our hearts as memories we'll never forget. Me too. Of course, not every day was filled with these carefree moments of love. Sometimes Mathis just was in agonizing pain. He had been seeing Sheen periodically to get his memory checked and worked in revising the laws after he had the royal families judged for the crimes they committed. His focus was on improving people's lives, whether they decided to live as relivers or die as humans. The Force Kiss CG, way before I got context. I was like, cute, I want to be her. I love that CG during Force Kiss CG. I was pissed. Oh my god, yeah. Oh my gosh, Lucas. Lucas. Beautiful. Has a fang. Has gorgeous eyes. Friggin' put me in a cage. Killed my mother. Killed my mother. Force kissed me. Oh man. His focus was on improving people's lives, whether they decided to live as relivers or die as humans. There he is. There's Lucas. Look at Lucas. He's beautiful. He's like the most beautiful man. There's Hugo. That's the guy I don't care that died. Since we would be leaving our loved ones behind, we couldn't keep our plans a secret. We spoke to our dear friends about our future and heard many different opinions from them. Lucas didn't care. Lucas is like, please die pure. I also made sure to tell my family. Look at Mom. Mother and Adolphe were both surprised and saddened by the future we chose, but
それほどまでにお前らの互いを思う気持ちが強いってことか。
I forgot Mama died in Lucas's route. Technically, Adolphe died in Lucas's route. It depends on which way you went, but like Mama died multiple times in Lucas's route. There was multiple ways Mama died in Lucas's route. Killed my mother. My own mother stabbed me once and I forgave her. You want to know why? So your feelings for each other are that strong, huh?
なら俺が個人的な感情で首を突っ込むわけにはいかねえな。
In that case, it's not my place to judge based off what I personally want.
答えを出すまでにはたくさんの苦
Just
しみがあ
realized,
る
is
で
this
しょう。
pose in honor of Anku when Anku's holding his hair? Have you seen Code Realize if you want your... What's your opinion on Saint Germain. Saint Germain as the voice. I know Saint Germain's voice actor. Wait, I know Saint Germain's voice actor. Is that Lucas's voice actor? I played that and oh my god, I actually like his route. Dang, Lucas is gonna be a disappointment when I play. Yes, okay. I had hopes for Lucas. You might like it. Who knows? Some people like Lucas. Some people like Lucas. I'm not one of them. And there's moments about Lucas I like. There's parts of Lucas I like. There was just the other list is, oh man, he's so pretty. He is so pretty. And at the very beginning, I was all like, he's the murderer, isn't he? Ooh, and I was so excited. I was excited that he was the serial killer. Until he put me in a cage. Stupid. Like, it's one of those things where, like, be mean to everyone else but me. It's fine. It's fine. There may be a great deal of suffering before you reach the answer.
二人で抱えきれなくなったらいつでも泣きに来なさい。
I read Blurry's view and she said if you like Saint Germain, you'll like Lucas. Saint Germain was the reason I got my hopes up. I love Leah's reaction. Listen, he hurt me. He hurt me bad. Same voice actor. Oh my gosh. If either of you are unable to bear it, come here and let it out.
私たちも一緒に
We'll do...
泣いてあげるから。
We'll be there to cry with you. Also, my god. Like, this woman, I love her so much. In the end, they would let us make our own decision. There's hope. Just gotta lower my standard. Yeah, just lower your standards. That's what I've been told to do multiple times. Just lower your standards. It'll be alright. He's glorious before the change. He's glorious. He's great. I mean, his outfit, slay. His eyes, slay. His fang, slay. His sister, my favorite thing in the world. Of course, these peaceful days wouldn't last forever. Him and Little Girl D, best sub-characters in the game. R.I.P. Little Girl D. Mathis! He was working on his novel when he suddenly lurched forward, clutching his chest. I quickly rushed to support him.
大丈夫です。びっくりさせちゃってごめんなさい。
I'm alright. I'm sorry if I scared you. He put up a strong front, but I could clearly hear the sound alerting him from inside his chest.
出て4回目。思ったより
This is the fourth
間
time.
隔が短い
The
で
intervals
すね。
are a lot shorter than I thought.
シアンさんはメモリークラッシュは1年後だと言ってましたけど、
Sheen said that the memory crash would happen in a year, but
それまでに小説
I hope I can finish my novel before
完
then.
成させられるかな。あなたを一番の読者にするって決めて
After
いたの
all,
に。
I want you to be the first one to read it. There's a certain Lucas from that Fairy Revenge game. All I can say, that man is better Lucas. Fuck Lucas from this game. Not literally. Remember, like, before he turns bad, it's fine. Bye, go fuck Lucas from the Fairy Otome game. Literally fuck him. That's actually funny because that's how I left Lou's chat thinking she was playing the fan disc for this. Because I just saw it say Lucas's route, and I'm like, I don't know this person, and the background kind of has a similar vibe to this, and I was like, oh no, run away. I hugged him as hard as he could as he spoke, with tears in his eyes. I'm sure you'll finish it. You'll read that novel. We'll read that novel you wrote together. Until then, I won't let you die, Mathis.
ありがとう。
Thank you. I won't let you die? What you gonna do? Build a laboratory and start, like, experimenting on women of the night? He hugged me back, his body heated from the air of his system.
困りました。少しでも長く生きるためにも恋愛感情は抱かない方がいいのに。
What a predicament. In order to live as long as possible, I have to give up my romantic feelings.
あなたと一緒にいるほど大好きって気持ちが溢れて
I saw Koyo's ending. Lou told you that I was losing my mind during the bad ending. Wait, is there multiple endings that I didn't get? Oh, okay, that's my favorite CG. That's also my favorite ending. The one where they're just on the street. How is that the ending you get when you make when there's no love? How is that the CG you get? How is the ending them going on a cute couple date? How is that the ending? Bro, what? I'm talking about the fairy revenge. Ooh, okay. Worse. Oh no. Okay, for Lucas then? Okay. Well, you know what? That's out next year. I'm playing it. Pray for me. I don't want to think about 2025 yet. It's too soon. The more I'm with you, the more I love you.
自分の寿命を削ることになってしまいます。
I'm shaving away at my own life expectancy. Then should I try to stay away from you? At my suggestion, Mathis shook his head without
時間
hesitation.
と寿命が許す限り、どうか隣にいてください。
Please stay with me for as long as time and my lifespan permits. I don't know what I hit. I just hit all the buttons on my controller.
死ぬこと以上に
Oh, Miss
あなたに
Tonya.
会えなくなる方が恐ろしいから。
Not being able to see you scares me more than dying does. We knew what the answer was from the beginning. Understood. In that case, let's sleep in the same bed tonight as well. Oh, we're gonna sleep in the same bed, guys. Look at this. Baby steps. If we fall asleep holding hands, we'll be able to meet in our dreams. I don't want to waste a single second of the time we have left. The heat made him drip sweat, and now tears fell from his
分
eyes.
かっていたことだけど、やっぱり辛いですね。
I knew what to expect, but it's still very painful.
痛いのは耐えられるけど、
I can bear the pain.
この発作が起きるたびにあなたと過ごす
That
時間が
Lucas
削
bad
られ
ending
ていく
CG
のを
was
痛
so
感する。
pretty. I didn't even cry. Plus, I actually like the bad ending. I don't really care for bad endings until I saw that ending. I don't know, man. We're just gonna call it the fairy revenge game. I like it better that way. Each time these attacks happen, I feel my time with you being cut short. I somehow held myself back from crying with him. The person who was suffering the most now was Mathis. In order to come to a decision with me, he was doing his best to hold back from clawing at his chest, to relieve the pain surging through his body. I couldn't burden him with my tears while I was still a human who didn't know the pain he was going through. Which was why...
次の発作で今の僕は
So many Atome games, I'm
死
so
んじゃうん
excited.
だ。
We can do a 2025 review like we did last year for 2024 and be like, my future for 2025. Oh my gosh, my wallet's crying. So is mine. Dude, there's too much. There's too many games. And I still have my wish list. I still want Reigns de la Fleur to becoming an American game. I'm saying it wrong every time. Just get over it, guys. It's gonna happen. Don't forget to message me. I did. I meant to message you. I meant to message here. I'll do it right now. There, I messaged you. Boom. I totally forgot, sorry. It was like I dropped off because again I had that headache. So I guess the next attack is going to kill me.
怖い。
Scary, huh? Yeah. I accepted every word he spoke in a weak voice. The fear of death was nothing to be ashamed of. I learned that from the loving couple who faced it bravely until the end. Your parents? Are you talking about your parents? Time could be cruel. No matter how careful we were, Mathis's memory bank didn't show any signs of improvement. We spent our days together through the passing seasons talking over and over again. Even so, we still couldn't decide on our answer. The 1 year mark was now only a week away. Okay, another thing too that gets me in this game, like, let's be so real. Let's be so real. Like, two people can have the same exact disease and they will not die the same exact day. There's a lot of variables, and I understand like why is stuff like clockwork? It's my 23rd birthday, dead. That shouldn't be how it works. You know what I mean? Like there should be like there's that one person who made it to 25. You know what I mean? Like it's I don't know. It's all my science. The 1 year mark was now only a week away. Like there should also be like that one person that didn't make it to 23 as well. Like they just made it to like 21. Like while we were in the middle of conversation, Mathis suddenly fell to his knees. Mathis,
大丈夫です。
I'm okay. Are you okay?
今のはエラーじゃなくて、弱ったメモリーがきしんだだけですから。
That wasn't an error, just my memory banks fizzling. That doesn't change the fact that it hurts. Let's get you to bed.
いいえ、
No. Nah. As I tried to lead him to bed, Mathis gently grabbed my arm.
これ以上答えを先延ばしにするわけにはいかないです。
Thank you. Yeah. I hope you like your surprise. We can't afford postponing our decision any longer. I just want to say Asia's been here for a year now, and Asia will give me a list of Otome games at any given moment and keep me company, and I always appreciate that because Asia was really like the first person to really be here more like consistently. Outside of family. I have family who sometimes sneaks into chat, by the way. So Asia's MVP. That's right. Thank you. I appreciate you being here. Like Asia helped make the birthday stream come to life. She'll give me a list anytime I say I need a list. Like, dude, you need your blog, Asia. Yeah, you know what? We'll just put a Discord thing for Asia only. Asia to post Otome updates. We can't afford postponing our decision any longer.
次の発作まで。もう時間がないんだから。
It's gonna be the Asia updates. It's like this week, Asia's posted in the Asia updates. I don't have much time until the next attack. I mean, if you made a blog, you do so well. You're so up on the news.
出さないと。
I need to give you my answer tonight. My sister was all like, how did you find out about these rings? I'm like, oh, they shared it with me at my chat in Discord. And now I want these rings. Every time I find another visual novel, I'll immediately put it in the Discord. And I will immediately forget it until I see it again. I'm terrible at names. I need to give you my answer tonight. Oh. The distant idea of Mathis dying was now suddenly within sight. I found another one. No. There's too many. I can't keep up with the Otome. Oh my gosh. I feel like I'm falling behind. It took 2 months to play Variable Barricade. Like, we're behind right now. I was gonna do 12 for 12 this year, and I am not at 12 for 12. We're close. I'm afraid. I didn't want to talk about anything related to Mathis's death. I wanted to keep believing in the miracle of a storybook ending that we could live happily ever after. I got an idea. Oh no. What does that mean? But let's go outside.
最後はあなたが好きなあの場所で
I want us to decide in a place that makes you happy.
答えを出したい。
Okay, I tried to look away from reality now. Dude, you guys haven't even slept together. I'm sorry. I would miss seeing Mathis doing his very best to live life until the end. They could have gotten married in this year. They could have, like, done so much stuff. I offered him support, helping him to his feet so that we could step outside. I pushed him on a wheelbarrow. We somehow made it to the Lycoris field where we could see the beauty of the sun setting over the sea. I was thinking you should go to the Code Realize games during December to January, the last fan disc winter's theme stuff. But you guys said that they're long. I don't know if I can finish it. Like the whole thing, I bought Code Realize last year around this time. Because I was like, ooh, I'll play Code. Oh my gosh, I don't have my notes beside me. Because I had like what games I planned out to play based on release dates. And I remember it was Radiant Tell. Radiant Tell ruined our lives. I had Code Realize and Radiant Tell happened. So I was like, well, now I have to play the first Radiant Tell so that I can play the fan disc. I was like, I gotta go to Radiant Tell. When does Genso Magica come out? Which, by the way, I'm not sure if I'll be able to stream it. And the only reason I'm not sure is because I love P-Cube. They're really sweet and I love them very much, but they do sometimes not allow streamers to play their games to a certain point, so I don't know. Radiant Tell ruined everything, but I loved Radiant Tell the whole time. Don't get me wrong, I had a really great time, but Radiant Tell was like a wrench. They're like, by the way, the fan disc comes out in 2 months. I'm like, what do you mean in 2 months? I haven't played the first one yet. That was too soon. It was too fast. I wasn't even ready. Oh my gosh. I think I'd barely bought Radiant Tell the first one. January 25 or the 31st. Yeah, oh my goodness. I was so ready to play Code Realize. I was going to play 3 different months of Code Realize, and then it turned into There's No Way. But I could start Code Realize in December. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Like, just to get it started. Because originally I was thinking of doing Color X Malice fan disc, but maybe I should just start Code Realize, since it's one of the older Otome games. It's a game I have looked at multiple times. I'm honestly surprised I haven't played it before. Because when I was obsessed with Otome games on Vita, I remember staring at Code Realize multiple times, going like, I should buy this. I should buy this game. And then I kept not buying it. But I kept going like, ooh. And then it was on PS4. I remember looking at it on PS4 going like, I should buy this. I know what this game is. And apparently I just missed its release on Switch and just bought the digital versions, which is still hurting my heart, by the way. I have been watching Code Realize for like 10 years, just like going, Question, what Otome games you've got in your backlog? I have literally Shihana, which I own. I have all 3 Code Realizes. I have Pio4, the first one. I don't own the fan disc right now. I own Amnesia's fan disc, I believe, but I don't own the first Amnesia. But the only reason I would want to play the first Amnesia first. The amount of weeks to find physical copies of the first game. Charade Maniacs, that's right. I have Charade Maniacs. Let's see. What's over here? Dairoku. Technically Jack Gene. I'm never gonna finish that game. I should just give up on that one. I own Nor 9's fan disc. Olympia Soiree. And I think that's it. Ooh. Oh wait, Bustafellows. But Bustafellows I literally can't stream because they don't let you stream past the first chapter. I have to get the UK versions. Was expensive. I'm not there yet. But someday I might. I love Dairoku. I think Dairoku looks super cute. I love yokai. I like the idea of being an agent of chaos. It's exciting. But yeah, that's everything I currently own that I haven't played yet. You can also blame Cupid Parasite, because I was like, I had to play that on Valentine's Day. I had to. It was required by law. We somehow made it to our Lycoris field where we could see the beauty of the sun setting over the sea. Mathis took a breath and set his eyes on the ocean. Leah, were you able to make a decision? I don't know what I want to play yet. I'm sorry, Mathis. We're lost and confused. We looked about he asked about the choice I couldn't put off any longer. Code Realize is my very first Otome game in 2020. When I first played Otome games, man. My first one was Amnesia, but it's been over 10 years. I don't remember how long ago it was. And then Nord 9. And then I stopped playing. I played a couple other ones, but like smaller ones, like on computers. I just can't remember which ones. I closed my eyes and thought deeply. I just remember my sister being like, oh, this is those kind of games you like to play. That's what I remember about Otome games. She's like, oh, these are those games you like. Mine was either Dramatical Murder or Amnesia. It was Amnesia for me, which is, you know, probably one of the worst ones to start with. I'm too warm right now. I put that on because I didn't like how I look in a tank top right now. You know that mood we get in sometimes. This past year, we've had a year, guys. I imagine what the future would be after I died as a human and revived as a real lifer, only to be thrusted into a painful cycle. I'm gonna jinx it, but imagine we got announced with Muroshihana Fantasy next year. if they announce that next year, I'll cry. Yo. It's gonna be like Hakuoki. Oh, I own Hakuoki. Wait. I forgot about Hakuoki. It's right over here somewhere. Oh no. Oh my god. I literally got that game knowing I wasn't gonna play it. I was like, I'm getting Hakuoki, but I'm not gonna play it. I'm just getting it. It was a birthday gift from my sister. So like I was like, I want this, and she's like, okay. That's how my birthday gifts are decided, by the way. The fear, the suffering. It's how I got this chair for Christmas. I was like, hi, I want this chair for Christmas. That's how I got this chair for Christmas. I was like, it's all I want, just the chair. Murata, my love from Hakuoki. Is that the pink-haired one? Because that's the one I like. I just don't know their names. I didn't know how many times, although the black-haired one that's on the cover is hot in Hakuoki, just to be clear. I think he's gorgeous. I don't know how many times I wanted to cry as I tried to sleep through the night. Nevertheless, the decision I made after enduring that despair was, I want to be with you on whatever path you choose, Mathis. That's diabolical. That's the, what do you want to eat tonight? Whatever you want. That's the whatever you want. Girl couldn't even decide. Long red hair. Okay, I think I know which one you're talking about. I could be wrong. My brain's broken. Dang. There's, you know what? That actually might be the one I'm thinking of is Muroshihana. Do I get those two games backwards sometimes because they're period dramas? Yes. Mathis's eyes widened in surprise at the words I spoke with a heavy heart.
僕に気を使わなくていいんですよ。
You don't need to force yourself to stay with me. If it's short pink hair, it's Morishihana. I'm so sorry. That's probably exactly it. But the cover guy for Hakuoki with the long black hair and a ponytail, hot. You don't need to force yourself to stay with me. Listen, no, you've got it wrong. I tried to explain what I meant in a different term. The futures I imagine, either a future of life or a future of death, you are always a part of my future regardless. You appeared in both versions of that future no matter what. That was why I'm fine as long as you're by my side. AKA bury me. No matter the outcome, I'll be able to accept it knowing that we experienced the greatest love in the world. And he dies right here. He just falls down. What did you want? Mathis, I gotta know. I gotta know if we're reviving you or not. Mathis? Mathis, get up. Get off the ground. I may have my regrets, but I wouldn't dwell on them. Which is why I wanted you to decide without worrying about me. Whether we live to love each other again or die with the love in our hearts now, I'll be proud of your decision no matter what it is. Oh man, that's so sad. All right, Mathis, what are we doing? Are we gonna die together? Are we gonna live together? Are we gonna be in pain forever? The silence seemed to stretch on for an eternity. The wind blew across Mathis's hair.
僕は
Suddenly, strong wind blew as if to interrupt Mathis. From the distant sky, two flowers that had been sent up by the wind came falling down because this is a fan fiction now. And they're both yellow. On instinct, Mathis caught one of the flowers, and I heard the sound of a muffled pop come from his chest. What happened? Mathis? Mathis, you gotta tell us what we're doing. You didn't answer. As soon as my memory bank snapped, my vision was engulfed in a flash of white. For some reason, I could no longer see the person who was supposed to be in front of me. Even stranger was that I couldn't see my own body either.
まさか今のエラーで死んでしまった。
What happened? He reached up, touched a flower petal, and then died. We don't know. It couldn't be. Did I just die from the air?
まだちゃんと答えを出せてい
But I
なかったの
haven't
に
told her my decision yet.
彼女に愛も感謝も伝えられないまま
I haven't told Leah how much I love and appreciate her. Just as my invisible body was about to crumble from shame and despair, the silence of this world was suddenly broken by bold steps.
情けない。
How pathetic. A voice that I didn't know, yet somehow there was something familiar about it. I looked up and saw the vague outline of a figure approaching. The moment I saw him, I felt nostalgic. I probably knew this person from somewhere, but I couldn't seem to remember where. My memories were shrouded in a thick haze. The man who appeared in front of me seemed quite angry about something.
心臓一つでうだうだと。それでもお前はクロードの名前を継ぐ人間か？
All this drama over a single heart, and you're the one taking over the Clyde family name?
いや、そういう性格になるように記憶を組んだのは俺だけど、見ててすげえイライラする。
Tell me there's only 2 chapters. Tell me it ends here. I was the one who put you together. And your personality, it's so damn frustrating to watch. His expression was ire. He expressed his ire without trying to hide it. I assumed he was irritated by my indecisiveness and not being able to decide on a future with my lover. But I was just as frustrated having someone I didn't know pointing that out to me.
でも
But
彼女はどんな絶望にだって付き合うって言ってくれてるんだろう。だったらあがくしかないだろうが。
she told you she would stay with you no matter how much she suffered, right? Then fight, damn it. He then pointed at me, continuing without giving me a chance to
お
speak
前
back.
はこの世界で一番美しくて強い女と。
You have in you the world's strongest and most beautiful woman's blood.
愛しい女のためにあらゆる罪を犯した男の血を引いてるんだぞ。
You also have the blood of a man who committed every sin imaginable for the sake of the woman he loves.
今さら心臓が壊れるぐらいどうってことないだろうが。
What does it matter if some stupid heart breaks down? It seemed he was giving me the world's most incomprehensible scolding and encouragement. I was confused by what was going on, but more importantly,
本当にそうかな。
are you sure?
僕の出す
Damn, he's
答えは
pretty what a disappointment. Oh, we loved him when he first got out of the car the first time. I was like, is he a love interest? He was not a love interest. What's the answer? That's the answer I come up with.
彼女にとって絶望の繰り返しにならない。
She won't see it as some kind of never-ending despair. I found myself hoping that he would give me the push I needed to move forward. At my question, the man sighed and shrugged.
当たり前だろ。なんたってお前らは。
For real, at that moment, I wanted to marry him. Honestly, yes, I was down. I was like, all right, I'll take him. Of course not, after all, you too.
俺と彼女の次に強い。世界で2番目の恋人同士なんだから。
That's his iconic pose, where he looks
大抵の絶望は跳ねのけることができるはず。
angelic. Are the second strongest couple in the world after us. should be able to overcome any despair. The man finally grinned.
行ってこい、マティス・クロード。
Go, Mathis Salut. I don't remember what I said about Jean, but I want to fuck him and marry him. Might have been something like that. Sounds right. I just know I was like, is that dateable? Can I date that? Ooh, is that a secret route? It was not a secret route. It was a secret, but it wasn't a secret route.
未来に向かうための告白を彼女はきっと待ってる。
I'm sure she's waiting for your confession so the two of you can head into the future. He turned his back to me then. As he waved goodbye, he walked towards the shadow of a woman beyond the white light. Give me Rosalie. If you're gonna talk about her, at least give her a face. Mathis! Mathis! The moment he had caught the flower, he suddenly crumbled to the ground. I rushed over and shook him desperately. I'm gonna cry in the corner because, like, damn, I wanted him. Oh, God. He was so pretty. I was like, damn, nobody in this game looks ugly. Like, even Capuchine's pretty. Oh, don't ever go after Capuchine. Leah. His breathing returned to normal as he spoke my name. When that happened, I nearly burst into tears. I'm so glad you're awake. I thought I was going to lose you without ever hearing your answer. Overwhelmed by emotions, I collapsed into his chest. Mathis took a long look around for a moment.
心配させてしまってごめんなさい。
I'm sorry for worrying you like this. He carefully held me in his arms. Oh, he found his resolve. He's looking a little bit more satanical. His heartbeat. Trying to understand these hands. Okay. He is wearing a very big item around his body. It wasn't stable, but hearing it was proof that he was still alive. I gradually synced with my own heartbeat, which was pounding with anxiety. The next moment.
やっと答えを出すことができました。
I think this is the only game that disappointed me with side characters. Looking at Jean. I mean, come on. Dahat was great. I loved Dahat. I still love Dahat. I love him. I love Mama. I love Dahat. I love Nadia. Like, those are my favorite side characters. Little Girl D. We can never forget Little Girl D. She died for us. I finally have the answer I've been looking for.
僕は
Leah, I
やっぱりあなたに恋をし続ける未来が欲しい。
I still want a future where we can keep falling in love. As our pulses met, he voiced his decision for the future. I looked up in surprise. The meaning of his answer meant he would continue reviving as a reliver and repeat his short life of a single year each and every time. I do love Mama and Dahat. R.I.P. Little Girl D. Ugh, my poor baby. Yeah, see, this game has a lot of good side characters. Like, oh my gosh. It was a sign of his resolve to challenge despair head on. His expression, filled with emotion, seemed strangely satisfied. It seemed he didn't choose his path out of a sense of defeated resignation, but are you sure that's what you want? If you're thinking about the promise you made to me, you don't have to worry. For your life and death to be at the mercy of someone else's desires. Jean, I could love you, but no. Jean doesn't love you back. That's actually the problem, you see. Seems worse than death itself.
男に二言はないです。これは僕が自分で出した
I stand by what I said.
大
This
切
is
な
an
答えです
important
から。
answer. I decided on myself. He wasn't overly optimistic as he spoke about the
何度
possibility.
死んでも構わないって言うだけなら簡単です。
It's easy enough to say it doesn't matter how many times I die.
でもきっと現実はそんなに甘くない。
I'm sure the reality is much harsher than I think.
僕たちはこれから想像よりもずっと痛くて
Which
ひ
means
どい
that
死に
we'll
方を
experience things much more painful
す
and
ることに
gruesome
な
than
るでしょう。
death. Yay!
仮にその痛みに耐えられても
Even if we manage to endure the pain.
またすぐに同じ痛みで死に恋心をたやすく失ってしまう。
The mechanisms behind it will still lead to death and the loss of the love in our hearts. Lucas, I could love you, but no, I love your sister and I already adopted her. I could have loved him too. In fact, like, if we go back into the past, before Capuchin ruined him, we could save him. We could save him. I could fix him if I could go into the past, which we could do. This game has time travel. Hear me out. I know. It was a more difficult path than we could express in words.
僕たちの人生はそんな死と恋の繰り返しになる。
Our lives will be an endless cycle of love and death.
それでも
Despite that,
何十年何百年続こうと
even if it lasts decades or hundreds of years,
僕はあなたと心臓が砕けるほどの恋をし続けたい。
even if it breaks my heart, I want to keep falling in love with you.
この思いだけは譲ることができないんです。
This love is the only thing I'll never give up. His emotions swelled to the point that he could no longer hold himself back. He smiled in the most wonderful way, just like when we first met. Our different hearts beat with the same warmth. I'm tempted to watch the Lucas VOD just to see our disappointed reactions. Oh man. I don't know if I'm able to re-download my YouTube VODs, but I could go back to that game and make like a clip of like us first reacting, like going, oh my god, it's so sweet. And then us like instantly changing when he put us in a cage and being like, oh my god, I'm in a cage. Also, I'll never get over that cage. They did not line those bars up. They did not do that boy any favors. They did him zero favors. His face was like this in the cage. Like, don't put a cage in front of me and then don't line his face up with it. Like, why would you do this? Before long, the tears I had held back all this time streamed down my cheeks.
僕の恋心は迷惑ですか？
Is my love burdensome to you? Not at all, bro. It's just that I'm so happy that you want to live, Mathis. Will you really continue to love me forever?
もちろん。むしろ僕からお願いしなくちゃ。
Of course, if anything, I hope you'll allow me to. Mathis gently wiped away my tears. He then spoke as if giving his oath to God. No, to someone else.
何度死んで何度生きても
No matter how many times I die and come
大好きです。
back to life, I will always love you, Leah. Remember in Radiant how Eon was in the cell, but you can see MC's face? Wait, do I remember this? I remember when he was in the cell. Oh, wait, you mean when the bars were invisible? That's right, for that one CG? Nah, I'm just talking about when he was in the cell, like when he was talking to her through the cell. No matter how many times I die and come back to life, I'll always love
恋を
you.
たやすく忘れたやすく死んでしまうリライバーの身ではありますが
I might be a reliver who easily forgets love and dies often,
どう
but
か僕と素敵な恋をし続けてくれますか？
would you be willing to fall in love with me again and again? There was only one reply I could possibly give him, similar to before, with an even brighter smile than before. Yes, gladly. At least that didn't happen in here. At least you didn't put us in a cage. I promise that I will love each and every version of you. man, what an unhappy ending. It's over now, right? I almost sit home again like I did last time. Just go back home. Anku? What? It got too loud. I just remembered it's midnight. I wonder how many times I'd seen them live and die in love. I can't wait for another Otome game with a love interest that puts MC in the cage. I have to be honest, I wasn't paying attention at all during this route. It's okay. They took a very long road to get to the conclusion that they just wanted to be together, even if it hurts. The end. Each year I watched as their bodies fell and lay still. There were days when I felt regret, wondering if I had chosen the wrong path, but
ありがとうございます、死の番人さん。あなたのおかげでなんとか間に合いました。
I will immediately throw that game. What if there's a game where all of them put MC in a cage? But they're not all yanderes. Thank you very much, dear Watchman of Death. Because of you, I made it in time.
早速、今日生まれ変わる彼女にも見せてきますね。
I'll go meet her right away since she should be born any minute now. I saw them anxiously await their reunion, and each time I witnessed them fall in love. The decision may not have been the best one, but I did my best to accept and respect it as their own choice.
ああ、原稿用紙が風で飛ばされないよう気をつけたまえよ。
Be careful not to let your manuscript get caught by the wind. Armed with a thick stack of papers, Mathis Cloud ran quickly towards the institute. Leah's introduced Mathis to me many times since then. He began to become strangely fond of me, asking me for advice and opinions of his novel. Burn it. Like, no man better put me in a fucking cage for any reason. What if it's to hide you from a monster?
本当ならあいつの幸せを見届けて死ぬつもりだったんだが。
I was planning on dying once I saw she had finally found true happiness,
アル
but
ペシエルの呪いが根本的な解決に至っていない以上、
given that the root of Arpachel's curse hasn't been resolved
いざ
yet,
という時のために生き続けるしかないか。
I suppose I need to stay alive in case something happens. But it didn't mean that I would live with despair as I did during the eternity that I waited for Leah. The path of the two of them would walk was filled with suffering.
小説などよりもよほど美しい恋物語だ。
Who's the voice actor for Anku? It's my favorite voice actor. Actually, it's the voice actor. Hang on. He's also in Sympathy's Kiss. He's the main voice actor in Brains de la Fleur. He's also in Café Enchanté as one of the other angels. Let me get the right name. I always say it wrong every time. It starts with an S. I lied. It doesn't start with an S. Okitsu Kazuyuki is the voice actor. And he's also the voice of Jonathan Joestar in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. The boss route in Sympathy's Kiss. Yes. He does such a good job. Oh my gosh. This man could kill me and I would say thank you. But yeah, he does a lot of Otome games. He's also in Snowbound Land. Respect. Just respect. But yes, this is my favorite voice actor. He's got such a good voice. That's the whole thing. Like, he's got like, it's so, like, I just want him to whisper in my ear. And this one is like peak. This is peak for me because this is like my favorite aesthetic. He's got like he's dressed gothy. He's got chains in his outfit. You can't see them because they're like dangling, but he's got chains in his outfit. Oh gosh. It's a much more beautiful love story than a novel. The brightness of that love saved me time and time again. If they continue to fall in love,
私もまた
I will always watch
何
over
度だっ
them
て守ってみせよう。
and protect them just as often.
今度こそ誰にも奪われるものか。
I won't let anyone take her away this time. Oh, respect. I would continue to protect this story of two precious lovers until this country fell. I vowed that would be my new role as Anku, the Watchman of Death. Anku, my king. My experience of floating in the water was telling me the memories flowing into my mind were not the first. I will let you know, please don't hate me when I marry Sheen. He doesn't mind. This is okay. I put him in my Atome 101 class. He's under Megadede because he has so much love for you. But it's not like selfish love. He doesn't care. He just wants her to be happy. He does not care who she ends up with. He just wants her to be happy. He just wants to see her have a life. Major respect for that. I love that man. This was merely a log, and this body was my first, so I would never get used to this process. Anku hates Sheen. Yes, he hates Sheen, but he forgave Sheen. I know why he hates Sheen. We know why he hates Sheen. I mean, he's literally there's so much, but he does not care as long as she is happy. He's just like, be very careful around him, okay? Be so careful. Don't let him know who you are. Each time I was struck by a strange sense of anxiety as to whether or not I would be reborn into a reliver body properly. I even thought at times that perhaps it would be best if I didn't wake up, but I want to meet him as soon as possible. The impatience born in my heart was much greater. He forgave him. He didn't exactly forgave him, but like he was willing to work with him and accept that Sheen was I don't know how to describe it. He was willing to work with him. Let's go with that. He was willing to work with him in the grand scheme of things. In the good ending. In the Dalla Salute ending. I can't remember how it's pronounced. After all, I was sure that person was waiting outside the institute at this very moment. Just waiting. Leah! The one who would help me write a new story was waiting for me. Oh man. When we get to Sheen's route, you might have to send a lot of CGs to me. He looks different, doesn't he? Wait, is that intentional? He actually looks older? Is that possible? The moment the door of the institutes opened, the first thing I saw was a boy standing with a stack of papers in his arms. Given his true age, it would be more accurate to describe him as a man.
おかえりなさい。今回も無事に帰ってこられてよかったです。
I like this CG. Okay, not bad at all. Welcome back. I'm glad you revived again safely. The moment he spotted me, his face lit up and he greeted my new self without hesitation. I felt a little guilty seeing him so full of joy. I'm sorry, it seems like it didn't work this time either. I have my memories of when we were in love, but it doesn't feel real. Unable to lie, I told him my honest feelings once again. I wonder how many times we had this exchange. When it was my turn to come and greet him, he would say the same thing to me. At first, our reunions left us disheartened, but
大丈夫です。今回も小説を用意しましたから。
it's fine. I brought the novel with me again. We're basically living the notebook here. Let's go. Without any sadness, he presented me with the stack of papers from his
人に
novel.
作られたホムンクルスの男と寂しがり屋の死神の女性が結ばれる世界で一つの恋物語。
A tale as old as time, a unique story where a boy born as a homunculus and a lonely girl that was known as Death fall in love.
今回もまた僕たちの歴史に合わせてしっかり記しておきました。
I made sure the story properly reflects our history together. I looked at the stack with my eyes widened in surprise. This is amazing. I never knew we had this many pages in our novel. We had once completed his novel together with about 100 pages. But each time one of us died, the memories of the life we were added to the story, increased it by another 100 pages. Dear gracious. Asia, how many cabbages do you have? I knew it as fact, but seeing it in front of me now simply astonished. Ooh, 124.1 cabbages. Dang. Jay, does that mean you have more cabbages now? Because I remember Jay was talking about how many cabbages, and I was like, wow, you're so close to being able to pick my hair color. It made me strangely happy. Wow. 145. Whoa, you got 5 more K since the last time. He was now going to turn to me again with a bright smile and talk about our coming
この小
future.
説に今までのあなたとの思い出全部がしっかり残っています。
This novel has every single memory we've shared together until now. This is 51st Dates, guys, but it's just about the feelings.
これを読んで
Forget the feelings.
過去も含めたマティスという存在のすべてを愛してもらえたら僕はとても嬉しい。
Also, so many people are awake this late. Guys, it's midnight here. I know it's later for a lot of you. Time zones changed where you were. I'll be very happy if you would read this and fall in love with Mathis again, including his past. I couldn't take my eyes off his smile, and yet I felt anxious. Are you okay with the current me? It was hard to believe he wanted to continue sharing his love with someone he had none.
前も今も関係ない。あなたがいいんです。
Oh, that's right. I used my cabbages for Leanne or Ginia's route. Also, Cupid Parasite for the new guy's route. That's right. Asia was like, we're getting through this now, and redeemed. Actually, you also redeemed to play Variable Barricade, I think. I think we're playing Zelda, and you were like, we need to play Variable Barricade. You need to get through Variable Barricade. And so you redeemed to play Variable Barricade. Rather the past, and that's like what? How much is that one to do to switch my game? It's not cheap. Yeah, it's 10K. So you spent at least 40K in switching my games. I lurk a lot. Oh wait, how many do you have? Did you say it? My thing is scrolling so weird right now. Whether the past you or the current you, all I want is you. Oh, I was taken aback with the surprise. Oh, whoa. 191K? 191K. That's a lot. Thanks, guys, for being here. I still can't believe I wasted cabbages for Donut Guy and Cupid Parasite. Oh. Right? Continued happily with the words that were like a song.
大好きです。
I love you, Leah.
きっと今回も僕は今までのマティスたちのように
Just like all the previous versions of me, I'm sure the same will happen this time.
心臓が砕けるほどの恋心をあなたに抱くのでしょう。
Oh no, what a disappointment. Very hot guy. I know I'll feel so much love for you that my heart will break. But why is that? Wait, are you talking about Donut Guy? He said that so boldly, and for some reason, I felt like he was right. His words would probably come true. It would take long for my memory bank to be filled with love for him as well. If so, I should confess to him from my side too. I would return to him the very words he spoke to me that sat in my memory still. I might be a reliver who easily forgets love and dies often, but would you be willing to fall in love with me again?
はい。
Of course. Was his route like necessary? No. It wasn't. It wasn't necessary. I didn't like him more. He took his shirt off though. That was nice, but like no. With his smile blooming like a flower, we would continue our imperial love story. But did we also need talking lobsters? Did we need that? Is that necessary? So long as there was a woman named Leah and a man named Mathis, this story would never end. I would rather Donut Guy as a side character that we can't romance than that stupid route. And we continue to nurture the greatest love in this small country forever. We'll never leave this country. Did his eyes glow? They made his eyes glow.
今も過去もこれからの未来も全部のお互いに何度だって心臓が砕けるほどの恋をしましょう。きっとその痛みこそが世界一の恋だっていう証なんですから。
As we've learned from playing Virche, we had to take a screenshot of that just to read it because it disappears after they're finished talking. It doesn't matter if it's now, in the past, or in the future. Let's both love each other again and again until our hearts shatter to pieces. I'm sure that the pain is proof that our love is the greatest in the world. I'm sorry that you didn't have a route at all. I mean, oof. Did we unlock all his photos? How are we missing 2 photos? How am I 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 missing 2 photos? Are there pictures? Wait. No. No. Wait. There's pictures in this. There's pictures in this. Oh my god. Okay. It's probably in this somewhere. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And it's just, oh no. You get them from the side stories. Thank you, Silver Wings. Oh my gosh. I just thought about it. Okay, this might be, I don't know how long these are. Question mark, question mark, question mark. I wonder who's in question mark, question mark, question mark. The maid and the butler. The heroine is getting used to working as the maid. It's an image with Jean. Oh my gosh. A mad scientist is seized by the primal desire. He stares at a beautiful vial containing red. That sounds inappropriate. This one sounds inappropriate. Did that sound inappropriate to anybody else? Did that sound creepy? Hugo comes to the orphanage to share some sweets. Wait, did she date Hugo? Who is Jean? Oh, you're gonna play that game again? Okay, alright. Well, we're... Oh, man. I startled myself. I don't know how long the side stories are. This is wild. Someday, Anku, I'll get to you. Oh, my stars. I forgot about flowcharts. Oh my gosh, guys, flowcharts. Flowcharts, anyone? Just me? Got it. Okay. Flowcharts, got it. Is this showing that I have them unlocked? I can't even tell. This is so... Are these unlocked? Am I going somewhere? What is this? Where am I? I only have the 2. She still forgets Adolf. Aisha has a memory loss quite often. Probably 10 to 15 minutes. We could try. We could try one. Let's just try one to see how long it is. But if it's too long, it's midnight. I'm not gonna stay up too much later. You mean Jean, the clothing? Pff, never heard of someone named Jean. Alright, let's see. There's Hanku! Okay, hang on. Although deliveries. Apuche deliveries, okay. Après chip deliveries, oh goodness. Select amnesia. The video game? Can I spell? It said I did it. Oh wait, that doesn't have an image. Oh, never mind. Psh, we don't have an image. We're not clicking on it. There was one that had an image. Hang on. I picked the wrong one. I picked the wrong one. One of these had Mathis's face and said I got an image. Where is it? Where were you? Where were you? And I just want the one with Mathis on it. I'm quite curious. Do I date Hugo? Can I date Hugo? Is that an option here? There it is. The secret ingredient is love, is what I meant to say. I mean, you have select amnesia. I got a question though. Who is Adpool? He's a boy, I think. His would be lowercase. Again, the selected story. Yeah, let's go. Let's try a story. Let's live in this world again. Close your eyes.
あなたと少しでも多く一緒にお話できる機会と時間を
I would like to spend as much time
どうか
conversing with you as
僕に
possible. Mathis!
ごめんなさい一度断っておきながらずうずうしいですよね
I'm sorry about being so haughty despite refusing you once.
でもあなたと話していると
What
とて
a...
も心が穏やかになるから
I don't know how I feel about that one. Still, I can't lie to myself about speaking with you.
後ろめたさよりもそんな欲求というか感情の方が勝ってしまったんです
Honestly, I would love a Hugo route. Like, Hugo, I don't forgive Saris for what happened in Yves, but fell in love with her, though. Yeah, well, there's a CG with Hugo, and it says he visits the orphanage. So maybe that's like them hinting at what could have happened if he was dateable. Like, I thought he was. Remember when he was at the bottom of my list and it turned out he wasn't dateable? I was like, all right, Hugo's last, then Mathis, and then it was like, no. Or then Adolphe. Adolphe was second to last, but he was locked, so I had no choice but to play him. I guess my desire for that must have won out over my guild.
どうか僕が前を向けるまでこの内容で再契約してもらえません
Would
か
you please enter into this new contract until I can find my way forward? Some time had passed since making my wonderful agreement with Mathis. Can we replace Adpool with Hugo? There we go. I don't know if we can. Hugo! Okay, Hugo has from a good family. He's got a nice, wealthy family, right? And he does know how to feel love, which is exactly why he died. That's why he's dead. The real question is he bi? We got it. That's the question we have to know. I pulled down each article of freshly dried laundry from the clothesline. The weather felt wonderful today, and I took in the scent of the sun that rose from the clean fabric. I was a bit surprised at first by Jean's proposal for me to be a maid. But I feel like I've gotten the hang of the chores around the mansion now, too. Mathis, who had been in low spirits after finding out Barreau was dead, recently had begun eating the food I prepared. I was hoping normal food life comes back to everyone in the Cloud family now. Wait, I got an idea. Oh, I'm scared. What does that mean? I prayed upon the clear sky, then finished collecting all the laundry. Hugo, Saris, Eve's poly relationship route. Nice. You know what? That'd be fine. That's fine. I mean, they're both taking time to spend time with Eve's, and he needs that. Eve's demands attention. That's his whole problem. He yearns it. That's his thing that he's all like, no one can give me enough attention. So that's perfect for him to have two relationships. I prayed upon the clear blue skies and finished collecting all the laundry. I finished cleaning around the front door this morning too. Maybe I'll put on some tea for Mathis, who's been working hard at his studies and writing. I decided to make Jean's portion after he came back from the shopping he had to do. The question is, should I not do any of the side stories that don't have pictures unless it's Anku related? I headed back into the mansion and folded the laundry, putting it all back in its place. And then as I was about to head into the kitchen, what's the smell? It felt as if a powerful aroma was coming from the kitchen. Whoa! Good evening. Along with the sound of something breaking, I heard a cry of a young master. Of the young master. Of the mansion. Something had definitely just happened. Like what though? Like tell me what happened. Explain it to me. Show me pictures. Show me a CG. Mathis. Have we seen this kitchen before? Wait, did we ever go here? There's a cute side story of Ease with the fish that he picked up. Aw, that's so cute. Okay, we'll play that one too. The real question is, do I have to play them all to unlock Anku? That's all that really matters, right? At the end of the day, it's from the fish's point of view. Wait. Not even Eve's. Oh my god. I quickly leapt into the kitchen to make sure he was safe. Is it the fish just being afraid he's gonna die? He's like, I'm so scared all the time. There wasn't anything wrong with the walls or the windows. The one thing out of place above the scene was...
やっちゃった。
Look, he's in his OG costume. Now I've done it with all his leather. He has so many buckles in his OG costume. True Atomi quality at its best. Now I've done it. What if it's from the fish's POV, but it's just like... Blup, 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 blup. Like there's no words because we don't speak fish. The large bowl of tea and shattered teapot fragments were all across the floor. Are we excited for Lucas's route? I'm not excited. He's still hot. Like, hear me out. Okay, just hear me out for just a second. Lucas, personally, trash. Trash, right? But pretty to look at. I can admire that. We all agree. We think he's pretty. It's wonderful. Wonderful to look at. I might not enjoy what I see. I'm excited for Nadia. I'm excited for Nadia and Dahat to be best friends again. I'm really looking forward to them being friends again. Just behind it was Mathis with his shoulders sulking. I'm excited for Sheen's route. Well, guess what? We're gonna get him so soon. So soon. I was sure this was the source of the commotion. What I wasn't sure of was why was all of this in front of Mathis. But first, Mathis, are you alright? I was most worried about him as he was standing right next to the sharp fragments of the teapot. Leah.
ごめんなさい。あなたが毎日きれいにしてくれているのに汚してしまって。
I'm sorry, I ruined the floor you work so hard every day to clean. Also, we get the Wanderer's route in this, and he's pretty. And that woman, gorgeous. People who gonna watch the VOD, I'm sorry for things I will say during Shane's route. I am not responsible for the unhinged thoughts that process through my brain. Don't worry about me. Are you hurt anywhere, Mathis?
はい、大丈夫です。
I'm alright, but his apologetic eyes pointed towards the broken pot. Were you trying to make some tea for yourself?
それもありますけど、紅茶を入れる練習がしてみたくて。
Yes, but it's more that I wanted to try and practice making tea. Asia's most primal thoughts will surface in chat. I will bark for Sheen. Lots of barking. Oh my god. I will let him step on me. She will turn into Narita in a heartbeat. She's like, where is he? And she's just chasing the car instantly, practicing. It was true that I had never seen Mathis make tea by himself. Well, first I'll get to cleaning this up right now.
僕もやります。僕が割ってしまったんですから、責任を取らないと。
I'll help. I'm the one who broke the teapot. I have to take responsibility. All right, I'll get a broom ready. So let's clean this together then.
はい。
Okay. With Mathis's help, it didn't take us even 10 minutes to finish. In fact, thanks to the cleaning, the floor was cleaned even better than before. It seems like there aren't any other small fragments on the floor now. I think this should be fine. This just reminded me of this meme. Or like, not meme, it was like a TikTok. And it was like this person's like, you know, some people and like, oh no, something broke. Hang on, let me clean it. Other people, no one go into the kitchen. Everyone stay out of the kitchen. Don't go in there. There's glass. You don't know where it is. I was that family. My family was that family. If something broke, we would clean it up, but don't go in the kitchen. Who knows if there's another shard in there? If Asia wasn't a mod, Twitch will be, are you sure you want that message to be posted every time Asia comments? Oh gosh, I'm the second. Yeah, see, that was my family. We grew up in that house. We're like, if you broke something, don't go in that area ever. Ever. Oh my gosh. And we have stepped on glass after breaking something. So like, I guess we were right, but the glass doesn't disappear. Like, I don't know. It seems like there aren't any other small fragments on the floor. I think this should be fine.
はい。お手数をおかけしました。
I'm sorry for causing you all this trouble.
ダメだな、僕。紅茶の一つも入れられないなんて。
That's already happened to another streamer because of me. Twitch asking questions. I really am no good. I can't even make a single pot of tea. Don't be sad. Why did you want to make tea on your own? I was doing laundry in the yard, so he could have called out to me through the window and asked.
違うんです。自分で飲むためじゃ。
Asia's simping nice. It's not that I want to drink some.
僕、あなたに飲んでほしくて。
I was only cussing a lot in her chat. Oh gosh. I remember that one stream we're in where someone had to say like fuck 10 times in a row and everyone's like, all right. I wanted you to have some. Me? Mathis gripped his own clothes in his hand as he explained the reason for his action.
さっき、何気なく窓の外を眺めたら。
Earlier, I just happened to glance out the window.
あなたが庭で一生懸命洗濯物を取り込んでいる姿が見えて。
And I saw you in the yard working so hard doing the laundry.
その時、ふと思ったんです。
And that's when I came up with the idea.
あなたはいつも僕に美味しいご飯やふかふかのシーツを用意してくれるのに。
You're always making such delicious food and preparing such comfy sheets for me.
僕はお世話になるばかりで、それを少しも返せてないって。
And I thought about how you always take care of me, but I haven't repaid you in the slightest. You pay me with a paycheck. I get a paycheck for here? That's not true. All these conversations you have with me about your books and your studies, I really enjoy hearing about them. That too, but also money.
それでも、ちゃんと目に見える形でお礼がしたかった。
I want to do something tangible to thank you. Giving me a paycheck is pretty tangible.
だから毎日仕事を頑張ってくれているあなたに紅茶を入れてあげたいと思って。
That's what made me want to make tea for you, for always working so hard for us every day. Tea for me. Mathis nodded in affirmation.
あなたが入れてくれる紅茶はほっと安心する味で。
The tea you always make lets me feel at such ease.
飲んでいるだけで心が安らぐから。同じ味と気持ちを僕からも返したかったんです。
I'm sitting here just thinking about how they ruined Mathis's story because Mathis had one of the better endings. I just thought about this. Mathis had one of the nicer endings for the game because he's all like, I felt like my soul came to him to find you. And it's like, oh, cute. And now they're just trapped in a life of pain. for their love. That's trashy. I feel so calm just from drinking it, so I wanted to let you experience the same taste and sensation too.
でも僕
Man.
紅茶を入れるのもジャンに任せきりだったからうまくいかなくて。
But I've always left brewing tea to Jean and couldn't really get it right today. And your hand slipped dropping the pot?
はい。茶葉の量とかお湯の温度とか気にしていたらうっかり。
I was trying to focus on the quantity of tea and the temperature of the water, and it just happened.
日頃のお礼をするはずがかえって余計な手間を増やしてしまってごめんなさい。
I wanted to thank you for your help every day, but I'm sorry for just making even more work for you instead. Shaking with frustration, Mathis lowered his head down towards me. Don't apologize. I'm really happy you feel that way, Mathis. You were challenging yourself to do something for my sake.
でも結果的に失敗してしまいましたし。
But in the end, I just failed. That's how... Then how about trying to learn again?
え
Sheen also has a good ending. I think Mathis and Sheen's ending was actually happy. I don't remember, but I remember Saris was in the bed with Sheen with her. Still love that CG. Yeah, that's the one where he fixed the bodies. So that's the one where he fixed the heart problem. He also made it so they could retain emotions. And he did that because he wanted to feel love for Saris. He did all that for her. Sheen had a good ending. Sheen had a good ending. Yes. He had a good ending. He fell in love with a girl, and it made him realize, I do want a heart. He didn't fix it until it was an issue for him, as any good scientist would do. I took out the spare teapot from the cabinet and put it in front of Mathis. I don't think it's necessary to be so down after failing just once. In the beginning, I was always messing up too and kept making really bitter
あな
tea.
たがなんだか意外です。
You did, Leah. That's a bit unexpected. It's not like I was able to do it all the chores I came to do now within... Oh gosh. It's not like I was able to do all the chores I can do now to begin with. It was only after Mother taught me so many times that I finally was able to brew tea. This really took me back. I was so happy the first time I made tea that tasted good.
そうだったんですね。そういう意味では勉強と同じなのかな。
As a reminder, the inability to love thing, that issue, that was considered a feature, not a flaw. He's like, this is a feature. No worries about tangible emotions. And then he's like, no, wait, I want them now. Mother hated him too. Mother also hated him. My goodness. I suppose that's sort of the same as studying.
でもお礼をする相手に入れ方を教わるっていうのは。
But you're the one I needed to thank in the first place, so forcing you to teach me would be... If that's the case, then how about practicing for Jean as well?
あ、そうですね。ジャンもいつも美味しい紅茶を僕に入れてくれますから。
That's right. Jean's always brewing such great tea for me too. Wow. Mathis seemed to be in a better spirit now as his fist balled tight, showing me he was up to the challenge.
僕やってみます。
I'll do it.
二人が忙しい時にほっと安心できる紅茶を入れられるように。
So that I can make comforting tea when you're both so busy. That's the spirit. Let's get to it. Let's get started, shall we? Didn't we have a theory that Mama and Sheen were brother and sister? The game ruined our theory. I still feel like it was meant to happen. Because he was talking about his sister at one point in a flashback. And his sister was talking about how he was so heartless. And his sister's voice sounded just like Mother. And it gave off that sibling energy. But then they're like, no, actually, she's just a queen. Maybe that was intentional, like to throw us off. Or maybe this game will confirm it. Maybe it'll confirm it. I don't know. But like it made sense. It fit pretty well. That's the spirit. Let's get to it. Or maybe they had the same voice actor do the voice and it was intentional. At this point, I'm gonna headcanon that they are related. Be like the original Little Mermaid, where in the original Little Mermaid, King Triton and Ursula were brother and sister and that were torn apart because of a family feud. Think of it that way. They just changed it mid story and they forgot to take out that little part. And so we still had that part in there and we're like, oh, it's his sister. No wonder they love hate each other and they send each other mail. No wonder she said, I can't believe you're still alive, you trash, when she sees him. You know what I mean? Like, of course, that's how you greet your siblings. He prepared more tea leaves and began boiling a new batch of water. And while taking care not to spill anything this time, I've seen this CG.
とまだ何も入っていないのに、どうしてポットやカップをお湯で温めたんですか？
Typical trash talk your siblings. Yeah, see? Why are you filling the teapot and cup with hot water before the tea is brewed? If you warm up the cups with hot water ahead of time, the tea doesn't get cold as quickly. Aren't there times when you feel the entire cup is warm when you drink tea?
ああ、あれってそういう理由だったんですね。
So that's why it feels that
い
way.
つも何も考えずに飲んでました。二人は僕が美味しく飲めるよう工夫してくれているのに。
I always drink it without thinking. You both are always putting work into making sure the tea is delicious. I go to my brother's room and tell him he sucks. He says the same thing to me. I always tell my friends, those idiots, I'm like, what did those losers want? Like, that's what I'm always talking about with my friends. Like, come on. It seemed like it's mean-spirited, but, like, it's a family thing. You know what I mean? Like, they understand. It's most satisfying to see you enjoy drinking it so much, so it's fine. All right, then. How about we try steeping the tea?
はい。
Right. He put enough tea leaves for a few people in the heated pot and then took the boiled water to his side. You need to fill it a bit quickly, but be careful not to spill any, okay?
わかりました。やけどしたら大変ですもんね。
It would be terrible if I got scalded. With shaking hands, Mathis managed to pour the water for the tea.
できました。これで一安心。
I did it. That should be it for now. Don't forget to put the lid on the pot.
はい先生。
Right, teacher. Quickly putting the lid on, Mathis breathed a sigh of relief. If you put a cloth over the pot while the tea steeps, it'll taste even better.
なるほど。
I see. Yeah, tea doesn't like to be seen while it's steeping.
お湯を入れるのにもすごく緊張しました。これから何分ぐらい待てばいいんでしょうか？
Just making some tea makes me so nervous. How long do we need to wait now? It depends on the type of tea, but I think about 2 minutes would be fine this time.
1分どころか10秒が長いです。早く蒸し上がらないかな。
Waiting even 10 seconds or 2 minutes seems so long. I hope it gets done steeping soon. He's so cute. I'm usually not into love interests like this. It's all the bondage. I'm surprised I'm still awake. I'm surprised we're still awake. Mathis looked like he was having so much fun. I suppose learning household chores like this with someone might be more fun than practicing alone.
2分経ちました。
2 minutes have passed. The very short yet long 2 minutes passed, and Mathis quickly took off the tea
あと
towel.
はカップに紅茶を注ぐだけですよね。
Now all that's left is to pour out the tea, right? Yes, but before that, I took off the lid and used a nearby spoon to stir the inside of the teapot.
今のは？
What is this for? Mixing it makes the flavor even throughout the pot. Try doing this yourself the next time you make tea. He is adorable. I'm not into him, but I just want to protect him. Yes. Protect. But, like, also, don't stay there.
そうか。
I just want him
料
to
理
be
のスー
happy.
プだって同じように混ぜますもんね。
And he had one of the happier endings. He was one of the few happy endings, and then they ruined it with the add-on here. I see. I guess you also mix food while cooking it too.
何から何まで勉強になります。
I've been learning so much. He's only a year old, so you know he can't help how he's acting right here. Mathis, wait, is that the tiniest spoon I've ever seen? Too bad he didn't have a route in this fan disc. Yeah, I can't believe they did that. I can't believe they just made a Camille like story. Mathis looked with glittering eyes at the pot and held the tea.
あなたと一緒に入れた紅茶美味しくなってるといいな。
I sure hope it's as good as the tea you make, Leah. She looked kind of despondent right there.
はあ、すごくいい香りです。
It smells so good. As he poured the tea into the cups, its fragrant aroma filled the room. It looks like it went well. Shall we have a taste?
はい、
Yes.
美味しい
Whoops.
です。
With a somewhat nervous look on his
Ew.
face, Mathis brought the tea to his lip. It's good, but I tried a sip of it as well. There was aroma of the tea leaves and a slight sweetness. I thought it was plenty delicious, but he must have noticed something that caught his attention. Like deadass, he didn't have a route. Like, what the fuck, writers? Y'all disrespect my boy.
いつもあなたが入れてくれるものとは少し味が違う気がします。
I feel like it tastes a little different from your tea, Leah. That's strange, since we're using the same tea leaves I've used.
僕、教えてもらった通りにできなかったんでしょうか。
I wonder if I wasn't able to do everything right like you taught me.
あなたは紅茶を入れる際、他に何か気をつけていることはありますか？
Is there anything else you're careful about when you're making tea? Let me think. I don't think it's anything related to any sort of technique. The happy ending for Mathis. I'm gonna pretend that that they live happy ever life. Yeah, like they had. I don't know. It kind of makes me think of anytime I think of a bad ending, I always think of Paradigm Paradox. Because in every single ending, when you get to the secret ending, that means after their happy ending, everybody dies. Every single ending. If you really think about it. Like, what? When I make tea, I always think of the people who I will be drinking it.
飲んでくれる人のこと。
You think of those people? Speaking of that game, oh, okay. When I do, I just naturally am able to make it well. I felt bad about explaining how the process came down to be just about how I felt subjectively. As I reflected on that thought, Mathis gulped down the rest of his tea as he
僕、
poured.
もう一度入れてみます。今度はあなたのことを考えながら、一人で。
I'm gonna try and make it again. This time I'll do it alone and think of you while I do. He faced the pot again, filled with determination. Ah, man, I'm watching someone play it. She's on Roy or whatever his name is, the black-haired guy with glasses. My least favorite route. Yeah, that guy. That route was so dumb. Who's your favorite in that game? Ibuki. Ibuki is my favorite. I love him. I love him so much. There's a clip actually on Twitch from when I fell in love with his girl version. Oh, man. Ibuki is the only reason that game is still good in my eyes. I love that boy. He looked completely different from earlier when he was scared of failing again. I'm just glad he enjoyed brewing tea. Oddly enough, Hugi? What's his name? Oh gosh. He has not Hugo. I know where I just got confused. Hang on. She just started 9 RIP. Nice. Let me see. I gotta go check my playlist. It's actually funny because there's one video that has the most views on my channel. Hyuga storyline. That one has 2.5 views. That's the first Paradigm Paradox spot I made. And the second most watched is Virche Evermore VOD Part 1. And the first most watched is Tengoku's Struggle Part 1. And then Sympathy Kiss Part 1, which was 9 hours. That hurts my feelings just to look at it. Oh man, oh man. I like the blue-haired guy's route. That's Hyuga. Right? Are you thinking of Hyuga from Paradigm Paradox? Tengoku, I forgot that game. It's okay. It's okay to forget it. There's only like 3 good characters in that game. And 2 of them you couldn't date. I'm just glad he enjoyed brewing tea. What we know now compared to what we were feeling at the beginning, Yona, my love, Yona is still great. It wouldn't be right of me to get in the way now just because I felt worried. Alright, I'll be watching you from here, so please let me know if there's anything you're having trouble with.
Hi.
Got it. It's good. It's so much more fragrant than earlier. Yona is
本当です
forever my
か？
favorite. I'm tempted to watch the VODs. It was so innocent back then. Really? It's really good. I love this tea that you made, Mathis.
よかった。
Ooh, we could do another tier list. That's something else we could do at the end of the year. Oh my gosh. I feel like I need to create my own tier list though. But what I mean by create my own tier list is create my own like pictures for the tier list because I'm like, who is that all the time last time? He's on my Prim don't talk about what you know who. Oh, Mukun. Remember how quickly I was like, oh, that guy's evil. Remember how fast I said that? And guess who was right? It was me. I was right. I was right. I was like, this is bad guy. Oh, man. Remember when I called that? I called that. I called that. I'm so glad. Mathis continued to drink his cup of tea. When she was going off, I was all like,
本
not
当
gonna
だ。
like him much
美味し
longer.
い。
It's really good.
やっぱりあなたの味にはかなわないけど、
Although it still isn't a match for what you can make, Leah.
あなたに美味しいと一息ついてほしいと思って入れてみました。
I poured this hoping that you could enjoy some delicious tea while you rest. He proudly held the cup of clear tea in his hand.
茶葉や技術ももちろん大事だろうけど、
I know the leaves themselves and the techniques are both important.
大切な人を思って入れる気
I
持ち
miss
こそが
Primbun.
一番大事だったんですね。
Last time Prim was talking, she was sick, so she might just be still sick right now. Or maybe she's tired. Tier list of Otome games you play this year is ooh. Tier list of the Otome games you played this year and upcoming Otome games, and maybe what Otome games you plan to play in the certain month. Yeah, so I could do the same thing I did last year, where I talk about the upcoming games. I could again do the thing where I talk about the games on my list, but I feel like we already kind of know. I could just show it. But yeah, I could literally create a tier list that is just the games I played in 2024. Sick of the Otome disappointments. I don't know. It's weird, right? Like, I'm okay with the cliche. There's so many cliches. She steeled herself. I found my resolve. She's not like other girls. Those are like cliches that happen in all Otome games, and that's fine. But we've been getting some weird twists lately. Only Otome games that you completed this year for the tier list? Okay. Just 2024 Otome games, starting with Cafe Enchanté. Do you guys remember last year, Cafe Enchanté? That was our starter. I see the most important thing. I should also tier list the games. I see the most important thing to keep in mind is your feelings for those who you hold dear to you.
僕、あなたと一緒に紅茶を飲む時間が大好きです。
I absolutely love the time I spent drinking tea with you. He smiled with delight, discovering a new way to enjoy tea. We finished one story, question mark. Just cooking it himself. Does it tell me if I've read it? Oh no. I know where he is. Where is he? There he is. There he is. No image. There he is. No image. Oh no, there's an image, but there's everybody. There's an image. I might do a day where we just go through these stories just to get the ones that have images. Hear me out. But like here, like late afternoon tea, Hugo comes to the orphanage to share. There's an image. I'm covering it. You can't see the choices. Hang on, there's a thing here. Hang on, just so you guys can see. Right here, it tells you if there's an image or not. So not everything has an image. This page is not a good example. They all have images. Here's a good nope, these all have images too. Wow, there's a lot of images here. Okay, these are ones that don't have images. Also talk about your favorite visual novel demos. The indie Otome game you did with the bears, Locked Heart. Yeah, I did like Locked Heart. That was a fun one. If I count that one, technically that makes up for not playing 2 games. Or 2 different games in September and August. The question mark one's gotta be the fish one. I thought it might have something to do with Anku. Can I click on them yet? Let's find out. I can't click on them yet. The Maid and the Butler. Special nickname. Her heart. The secret ingredient. Oh, Mama. Mama's in this one. There's an image. Hang on. That's so crazy. Time's passed. There's an image in that one. We're not gonna click on that one yet. Fragile Girl. Roses for my wonderful life. Oh man. We'll find it. We'll find it. Knowing me, I can help decide what demos you should play next year if you had free time to stream demos. Oh man, we could probably do like some more demos. I want to do, so I'm trying to get caught up right now. We're doing Virche and 9 RIP right now, which I've already said. Like I had someone ask when I was gonna play Zelda again, and I was like, when I don't have so much on my backlog. Like I'm actively playing these 2 games right now. Like I don't have time between the 2 to like play something else right now. But what I wanted to always kind of have is like a day where it's something else that's not Otome. I want a stream day that's not Otome. And I was also, but I was thinking demos too. Like if there's not a game I want to play that day, demos is something I could play. Oh man, Shattered Souls. I can't wait. It was so fun. Shattered Souls, what's that? Oh, that's a demo. See, look at me, look at me. But yeah, there's so much. There's just so much. Personal, what does that mean? What is this? I don't want to click on anything else. I'm done. Leah, your viewers want you to play everything, but there's so little time. I know. Like, I want to still play horror games at night too. And I was like, dude, that was fun. I liked playing Bridge Curse. It was a lot of fun. But then I'm also like, ugh, but what do I play next? There's just not enough time. I don't want to click on this. This might be a picture though. I don't understand these. Why is this one locked? What's this? What's that block down here? Is there a 12? Answer. There's gotta be. There's no... This one just straight up doesn't have one. I know some horror games you should play. So many games. Oh, we need 10 Leahs. I can't clone myself. It never works. We've learned. We've learned. watched so many things. We know better. There's just so much I want to do. I just I stream around my work schedule. That's all I can do. I need 10 of me. One of them can learn Japanese and play unlocalized Otome games. I actually want to learn Japanese. We were talking about this, about doing like Duolingo, or getting like some of those. There's games you can play to learn Japanese. One Leah streams, one works, one studies Japanese, etc. Yeah, exactly. That's true. There's a movie I watched a long time ago that was like that. It did not work out well. I would love a learning Japanese stream. See? That might have to be a late night stream. We'll see, we'll see. We have a new year coming up. November, December is kind of like the worst time for me just because of work. So once we hit January, we can look into like trying something fun, like learning Japanese. I think it'd be a lot of fun. I mean, I'm not gonna say I know Japanese ever. Well, maybe someday. But I know like words. I know some pronunciation. I don't feel like I'm too close to beginner, but like I'm still at the beginning. Does that make sense? Advanced beginner, does that work? Well, I'm excited to continue this. I'm worried a little bit because, I mean, we just saw what happened. We just saw what happened. Ugh. I only know sign language. Only a little bit. Same. Hang on, hang on, hang on. I did it wrong. I feel like I did it wrong. I get the S and the A backwards. I think it's S, H, A, N, N, O. N, that's my main, that's my first name. I don't know how to do Leah. I don't know how to do Leah. Oh, dude. I'll have to learn how to do Leah now. I don't know E. Well, thank you guys for being here today. I hope you guys had a lovely time. I should learn how to do Bunny. Hang on, I got distracted. Hope you guys had a lovely time. We will be streaming again tomorrow night. We're going to be playing some more Virche for a few hours. We're going to be starting Lucas's stories, which is going to be so much fun. I think everyone's going to have a great time. If you're watching this on YouTube, remember, I stream about 3 times a week on Twitch, and you can check me out over there. Or if you're here in Twitch and you want to remember our adventures, I upload all the VODs onto YouTube where you can watch them over there. Thank you, Asia. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Silly. Thank you. There was so many. I'm trying to scroll up to see if I can find the other name. There was a couple other people I know. Thank you everyone for being here today. There's no one to raid right now. I did check first, so I hope you I hope you have fun. I hope you're looking forward to our cages. Maybe meeting Naughty again. That's going to be happening soon. Well, I hope you guys have a good night. I hope you guys get sleep. I didn't expect us all to be here, so, get sleep, guys. Bye!